Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the International Forum on Education and Climate 2024. It is my distinct pleasure to welcome all of you, but particularly, obviously, our honorary guests, the former Secretary General of the United Nations, His Excellency Ban Ki-moon, the 11th President of Austria, Dr. Heinz Fischer, many excellencies and distinguished guests, and of course, all of you experts on education, on climate, and the world at large. We are very fortunate, ladies and gentlemen, because we are here at Schloss Leopoldskron at a time when the world seems to be increasingly complex. And I guess all of us would agree that one of the key challenges that we have to face is climate. And also to educate for climate so that we as humankind can actually do better in the years to come and for subsequent generations. This forum is a collaborative effort that wouldn't come into being would not many partners work together. The Ban Ki-moon Center, of which I'm the CEO, is very glad to be able to work with the Salzburg Global Seminar, but also very happy that we are not only hosted in this beautiful place, but that this is made possible thanks to the enormous support of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea. And I want to say thank you particularly to the permanent mission of the Republic of Korea that allows us to be here today. Now, ladies and gentlemen, today shall be a fortunate day of us exchanging on what are potential visions that we could carry forward on education and climate. What are potential new partnerships that we can forge, each and every one of us? If you look to your left and to your right, you will see people that can probably share with you the next milestone in exactly the climate and education debate. And what are the dialogues that will happen today? I'm hopeful that in months to come, you will remember one or the other conversation that we have here today, because we really have an opportunity to change, to exchange, and to forge new alliances. Allow me to introduce the speakers of our opening. The first one who we will hear from is Benjamin Glan, Deputy CEO and Managing Director of Programs at Salzburg Global, and he will open on behalf of our host. Dear Benjamin, I want to pass the floor to you. Please come to the lectern.
Thank you, Monica. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Salzburg Global and to this critically important conference on education and climate. Let me start off this morning just very briefly by saying a couple of words about Salzburg Global. We are an international and fully independent nonprofit institution founded in 1947 here in Schloss Leopoldskron as a center for dialogue, reconciliation, and peace in post-war Europe. Back in 1947, we were founded with the basic but fundamental idea that education and cultural exchange would be a foundational element of renewing a broader commitment to peace and internationalism. Today, 77 years later, we are a global forum that convenes open-minded leaders for breakthrough conversations on the most pressing issues of our time. We work across 5 areas: peace and justice, education, culture, health, and finance and governance. Issues of climate change and our collective commitment to sustainability cut across all of our programs and every aspect of our work. And our mission, as relevant today as it was in 1947, is to overcome barriers and open up a world of better possibilities. In that spirit, we couldn't be happier to be joining forces with the Ban Ki-moon Center for Global Citizens again this year for our 2nd annual International Forum on Global Education. Thank you so much to Secretary General Ban Ki-moon and to Monica Frohler for making this possible. Thank you as well to Ambassador Han Sun-suk, who it's wonderful to have here. and of course to have your support and engagement of the Korean Foreign Ministry. Here at Salzburg Global, we have enjoyed a decades-long partnership with numerous Korean institutions, including the Korea Foundation and the Korea Foundation for Advanced Studies, with whom we have partnered to bring next-generation Korean leaders to our programs here at Salzburg Global for many years. It's also a special pleasure to welcome President Heinz Fischer back to Salzburg Global. As a Salzburg Global Fellow from 1981, I believe, and a friend of Salzburg Global for many years, it's a special honor for us to have you back with us today, President Fischer. Before handing the floor back to Monica, let me perhaps just say a few brief words about the issue that has brought us together here this morning. It's hard for me to imagine two more important topics than those you have come here to address: education and climate. For more than 70 years here at Salzburg Global, we have had a continuous focus on education programs that seek to catalyze transformational approaches to prepare education systems and the students within them to meet the challenges of tomorrow. For the last 20 years, we have dedicated significant attention to the issue of global citizenship education, and in 2015 launched a new NGO, the Global Citizenship Alliance, with whom we still work in partnership. Much of this work has dealt with the challenge, but also the imperative of climate education in curriculum, in schools, on campuses, and in communities. As part of our Education for Tomorrow's World series, in fact, just last night, right here at Schloss Leopoldskron, we finished a 5-day program on the future of teaching, which was co-created over the last many months with 55 educators from 33 different countries around the world, and many of them are here today and joining this important dialogue. As you might imagine, the theme of climate education was critical in how we think about teaching and preparing teachers, not only to respond to 21st century challenges, but to harness 21st century opportunities. For the last several years, in partnership with the IUCN, we have also led a global community of practice on greening school grounds and regenerative education in view of the critical importance of climate education and educating the next generation of global leaders on issues of sustainability and planetary boundaries. And over the last 5 years, we have fundamentally transformed the energy infrastructure of these historic buildings, removing all of the fossil fuel dependent heating systems and moving to renewable energy resources. In fact, just last week, we took the last step in this process, installing solar panels directly above us on the roof of this building, which now allows us to run this building almost entirely autonomously. Finally, let me close with one final thought on the importance of education in the context of climate change, which comes from my late friend and colleague, Edward Morneber, who before joining Salzburg Global as our senior vice president, served as director of communications at the UN for Secretary General Ban Ki-moon's predecessor, Kofi Annan. About 10 years ago, under Edward's leadership, we ran a program here at Salzburg Global focused on reviewing the lessons of World War I, 100 years after the conflict. At that time, many of the people here were discussing the phenomenon of global leaders sleepwalking into that conflict, unaware of the catastrophe that lie before them. The question was asked, of course, what kind of calamities we might be sleepwalking into today. Ever the insightful student of history and international affairs, Edward warned not to be fooled into thinking that 21st century catastrophes would necessarily look like those that came before, and that in fact, it might be more likely that we were sleepwalking into the catastrophe of climate change and the reality that the climate was changing faster than our capacity to comprehend its danger and act to stop it. He noted that in this context, education needed to play a fundamental role, for it's through education that citizens and societies can wake up to the personal and collective responsibilities they hold toward the long march of peace and progress. 10 years on from that insight, we have made much progress indeed, but there is still a long road ahead. And so we are all the more delighted to be part of this critical dialogue here today and this conference on education and climate. and to do our part to open up a world of better possibilities with all of you here this morning. Welcome to Salzburg Global. Monica, thank you for giving me a chance to welcome all of you, and I pass the floor back to you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thank you for your very wise words already at the start. Let us continue the opening ceremony with His Excellency Ambassador Ham Sang-wook, the permanent representative of the Republic of Korea to the United Nations in Vienna. This event, ladies and gentlemen, would not be possible without the support of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So a big round of applause for His Excellency.
Thank you, Monica. Distinguished guests, esteemed participants, friends and colleagues. It is with great pleasure that I welcome all of you to the International Forum on Education and Climate. I would like to thank the Ban Ki-moon Center for Global Citizens and the Salzburg Global Seminar for organizing this meaningful event. In particular, my appreciation goes to Secretary General Ban Ki-moon and the former Federal President Dr. Heinz Fischer for their continued dedication towards promoting global citizenship. Friends and colleagues, we meet here today at a critical juncture in history punctuated by multifaceted challenges. Armed conflicts and violence continue to wreak havoc. Socioeconomic inequality remains a persistent challenge for sustainable peace and prosperity. Countries all around the globe are experiencing severe natural disasters due to climate change. Indeed, such challenges are closely interconnected. Thus, they demand a collective response by all relevant stakeholders, including government, civil society, and most importantly, the future generation who will inherit the world we are shaping now. To mobilize such collective action, the most sustainable solution lies in education, which has been rightly referred to as the master plan for the future. The concept of global citizenship education aims to foster not just understanding of complex subjects, but also compassion and empathy among individuals from all corners of the world, thereby creating a genuine collective to address current challenges together. In this context, Global Education First initiative was launched in 2012 by the then UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon with the conviction that global education can help build a more peaceful and sustainable world. The Korean government has been active in promoting this vision in global fora as chair of the Group of Friends for Education for Global Citizenship in New York, and at the Group for Solidarity and Inclusion with GCED in Paris, to give some examples. Since 2016, Korea has been hosting the annual International Conference on Global Citizenship Education. In particular, the Korean government is happy to support the soon-to-be established UNESCO Prize for Global Citizenship Education. This prize represents a significant milestone in advancing the fundamental principles of global citizenship education to transform lives and address present and future challenges. Korea is well placed to testify to the key contributions that education has made to our own socio-economic development. Drawing from our own experience, the Korean government will continue to prioritize investment in global citizenship education to nurture next generations with the necessary tools to resolve the multifaceted challenges we face today. So, I hope today's forum will deepen our appreciation for the importance of global citizenship education and spring us into meaningful action. I thank you very much.
It's amazing to hear about a new prize that might be established for global citizenship education. That's great news coming out of SG. Next on our opening ceremonies proceedings is Irina Bokova. Irina was the former Director General of UNESCO and therewith a strong voice for education for climate, but also for global citizenship education. She can't be with us today. She regrets that deeply, but we will see a video message that is sent with all of her heart. So please, video message by Irina Bokova.
Dear Mr. Ban Ki-moon, dear Heinz Fischer, co-chairs of the Ban Ki-moon Center for Global Citizens, dear organizers of today's conference, I'm very happy to be able to join you, albeit from a distance, and address this important international forum on education and climate. I believe its topic resonates deeply with the mission of the Ban Ki-moon Center to promote education for sustainable development and global citizenship education, key elements of the Goal 4 of the United Nations Agenda for Sustainable Development 2030, promoting equitable and inclusive quality education and lifelong learning for all. And particularly, I would say it's Target 7 on global citizenship education, to ensure that all learners acquire knowledge and skills needed to promote sustainable development, including, among others, through education for sustainable development and sustainable lifestyles, human rights, gender equality, promotion of a culture of peace and nonviolence, global citizenship, and appreciation of cultural diversity and culture's contribution to sustainable development. An increasingly important part of it is education for climate change. And there are some encouraging recent developments with education for climate and sustainable development, focusing also on green jobs and skills, becoming part of the COP conferences, such as the last ones in Dubai and Baku. And I would like to congratulate Monica and her team for participating actively in these important debates. What transpires now is that education is a key asset for climate action. Education reshapes behaviors, develops skills, and spurs innovation. Everything we need to combat the greatest crisis facing humanity. Better educated people are more resilient and adaptable, better equipped to create a work in green jobs, and critical to driving solutions. Yet, education is massively overlooked in the climate agenda. And there are two aspects of this issue. On one side, and as long as almost no climate finance goes to education, it is obvious that channeling more climate funding to education could significantly boost climate change mitigation and adaptation. At the same time, climate change is a huge threat to education. Millions of young people face lost days of learning because of climate-related events. And in low-income countries, the situation is even worse. Unless made up, this lost learning will negatively impact their future earnings and productivity. And it will also lead to great inequality, both within and across countries. We already know that the economic losses and human cost of climate change are enormous. And despite this, climate action remains slow due to three gaps: the information gap, the skills gap, and the knowledge gap. And from that point of view, I do believe that education is a key to addressing these gaps. A recent World Bank report launched at the COP29 in Baku made important assessment that better educated people are more resilient and critical, and that an additional year of education increases climate awareness by more than 9%, and that education can empower young people with green skills for new jobs, but also augment skills for existing jobs, and that climate-related schools closures mean students are losing days of learning. And when schools are open, students are losing learning due to rising temperatures. So governments should take steps to harness education and learning for climate action by, for example, improving foundational and STEM skills, mainstreaming climate education, and building teacher capacity. And governments also should prioritize green skilling and innovation in tertiary education to help supercharge a shift to more sustainable practices. In other words, let me say in conclusion that education helps people understand and address the impact of climate crisis, empowering them with the knowledge, skills, values, and attitudes needed to act as agents of change and to take the path of sustainable development. Because sustainability and climate action start at the benches of schools. This is why this conference is so important. I wish you a successful forum, and I thank you for your attention.
Thanks to Irina Bokova for her remarks. She's also a board member of the Ban Ki-moon Center for Global Citizens, and we are very proud of that. Now, last but by no means least, for the opening before we move to the keynote, is our dear Dr. Heinz Fischer, the 11th President of Austria and co-chair of the Ban Ki-moon Center for Global Citizens. The floor is yours.
My dear friend Ban Ki-moon, Excellencies, professors, distinguished guests. It's a real moving moment for me and a real pleasure to be here in Leopoldskron, as we call it, and to address you at the beginning of a very important gathering. In the year 1945, Austria was a devastated country, the war was ended, and we had hundreds of thousands of soldiers from the four allied nations, American, Russian, French, British. The eastern part of Austria was occupied by Russians. The central and the western part were occupied by democracies who wanted to help us. And it is interesting that the first flowers of intellectual life were growing only in the western part of Austria. And the two most wonderful flowers were in Tyrol and in Salzburg. In Tyrol, it was Alpbach, which started already in late summer of 1945, really just a few months after World War II. And it was a great event. I was a schoolboy in these days, but for those who participated, and if I later discussed with them, they were describing this relief, this situation where you can talk free and breathe free and say what you want in Alpbach. And then the other spot and the other important place was Salzburg, Leopoldskron. And this was logical, because here in Salzburg and around Salzburg, after the end of World War I, but also after the end of World War II, were centers of intellectual life. Many famous writers, painters, scientists used the opportunity that a part of Austria was free and intellectual and scientific life could start and could blossom. I myself, I was, as it was mentioned already, a Minister for Science and Research in the 80s. And Alpbach and Leopoldskron, so to say, were children on whom I was very proud. A good friend of mine, John Seiler, was working active in Alpbach. I don't know whether you know him. He recently had his 87th birthday. He was the son of refugees born in Austria, but then in New York, and then he came back, and when he came back in the year 1947, what a Zufall, we were schoolmates. And he was particularly taking care, together with others, on Leopoldskron. And ever when I was here, I had good feelings and good friends, and I was proud on Leopoldskron. Now, the subject is education and environment. And there are good arguments to say these are very, very crucial topics, very crucial subjects. Education to survive, climate actions to survive, and education to be better qualified and to be able to tackle the problems of today. And we just had elections in Austria. We now have negotiations to build a new government. On Sunday, the top negotiators will sit together and try to find whether they have already enough substance to say, yes, we have enough common goals and common interests to build a three-party coalition in Austria. I hope the new government will stand in January, but it's not guaranteed at the moment. And two of the most crucial points in the negotiations are education and climate. Of course, there are other problems, the deficit in the budget, but a budget is an instrument. But education and climate are living conditions. If a country wants to develop in the best possible way, it needs the best possible education. When I was Minister of Science, the biggest problem were the universities. Now, I think we can say Austrian universities have developed impressively. Not only what the number of students is concerned, but also the quality, the standard, etc. As far as climate, Monica, you know it much better, the figures for Austria are not good enough, but better than in many other countries. This is an exact formula, I believe. But still, I believe the government will have a good chance if they solve the problems of climate and education. As far as Austria can participate, we cannot decide development in China or in Brazil, but we have to make our homework and to make problems to be solved here where we live and where we are responsible. And often the question is put, what can I do as an individual? Well, the majority of a country is composed by individuals. If you add one and one and one and one and one, each is an individual, but all together they are the majority which is directing where the country is going to. And therefore, please don't underestimate the meaning of such a gathering as we have it here, of such a conference. I join you, Monica, to thank Korea, the Republic of Korea. They may at the moment have other problems than a seminar in Salzburg, but anyway, without your support, we would not be able to be together here. And that's the message I want to give you. And I'm proud on our team from the Ban Ki-moon Center, a team with 11 ladies and 1 man, so the gender balance is even overdone to a certain degree. I wish you a very successful conference, and don't underestimate the importance of meetings, conference, and gatherings as we have it today. Lots of success. Thank you very much. And I introduce my good friend, Professor Ban Ki-moon. He has the floor.
Thank you very much. It's a great honor for me to be with you this morning. And normally one should speak for a future-oriented way. But this morning somehow, some of us, including President Heinz Fischer, has provoked us to talk about something which had happened in the past, including Irina Volkova, former Director General of the United Nations. First of all, it's a great honor and pleasure for me to be back to this place, Austria, where I often regard this as that's my first love, and continuing love, because this country is the first ambassadorship for me and the last ambassadorship. So I was appointed just one time as ambassador, but I spent my whole energy and passion here in Austria. At that time, I came to know, he was a speaker already, so I was just mere ambassador. But he was very kind to receive me and give me some good teachings, etc., etc. We worked together when he became President of Austria, when I was elected Secretary General. I spent most of my summer vacations in his presidential retreat, walking and drinking and catching fish, etc., etc. So, very good memory. In any way, Excellencies, esteemed guests, dear students and young change makers, ladies and gentlemen, meine Damen und Herren, guten Morgen. Es ist eine große Ehre für mich to have this opportunity. Ich habe gelernt das Deutsch, wenn ich war koreanischer Botschafter in Wien, aber alles vergessen. Again, it's my great honor to address you today here at the historic Schloss Leopoldskron in Salzburg. This magnificent venue has been a witness to countless moments of dialogue and collaboration. I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude to Salzburg Global Seminar. Thank you. So he knows I'm thirsty already. Thank you very much. You can take this way. Not only for kindly hosting us today, I really thank Salzburg Global Seminar, represented by Mr. Benjamin Glantz, for your invitation and organizing this one. Also, the Korean ambassador Ham Sang-wook, represented for their steadfast support and collaboration as co-organizers of this very important event. Your partnership enables us to host this forum and reaffirms our shared commitment to dialogue and action on the pressing global challenges of our time. Lastly, I would like to thank my friend, my mentor, Dr. Heinz Fischer, for his kind remarks again, and teaching and inspiring leadership while I was ambassador and even working as Secretary General. And also entire Ban Ki-moon Center staff, represented by Monica Freller, for their tireless efforts and hard work. Ladies and gentlemen, today we gather to address one of the most urgent issues confronting humanity, climate change. I see events like today's International Forum as vital platforms where experts, leaders, and change makers from across the globe come together. Today, we have the chance to confront some of the most pressing problems of our time and exchange ideas that divide the solutions. Last year, when the first International Forum was held here, the discussions focused on artificial intelligence and the global citizenship education, exploring how technology intersects with education. This year, our attention turns to climate and education, two themes that are critical to both the survival of our planet and the future of our societies. The focus on education for sustainable development and global citizenship is close to my heart. As the 8th Secretary General of the United Nations, advancing climate action was one of my top priorities. And I appreciated all these leaders, and particularly I'd like to recognize the leadership of former UK Prime Minister Gordon Brown, as who worked as my special envoy on quality education. He was out of his job as Prime Minister, and I appointed him as a way to press the idea of education. When it comes to education, since Heinz Fischer and Irina Bokova really provoked me to talk about something, but my children, whenever I was speaking to give some lessons to my children, they just hated me. My wife even didn't like that. Do you want us to be that unfortunate like yourself? Because they were all born in 21st century. I was a foreign minister or ambassador, and so my life was not enough, but enough well-to-do to teach my 3 children. But they didn't appreciate how much hardship I had, my wife had. I think President Heinz Fischer had a much more difficult one. I was born during Japanese colonial era. When I just became 6 years old, Korean War broke out in 1950. That was the beginning of already difficult life, much more difficult. So nothing to eat, nothing to drink, not to mention education. That really made me think about quality education, and all the children, school-aged children, must be given quality education. Whenever I was traveling to Africa somewhere, it was very strange for me to see so many children playing on the street during school hours, because they didn't have place to go for their education. So my first initiative as Secretary General was quality education. That's why I appointed, as I said, Gordon Brown, who really wanted to exercise greater leadership. We didn't have textbook. When I went to school, because all the factories or printing offices were destroyed. At that time, the office of UNESCO, at that time, UNESCO was established. they provided all the printing facilities in Korea. Then at the back of all the textbooks, now it's gone, but it is said that this textbook was printed by the help of UNESCO. You students must study hard, and thanks to the United Nations, signed by Education Minister. That has come always imprinted in my mind. When I became Secretary General, in the General Assembly, I talked about myself. Everybody thought, all the ambassadors thought that I came from a very well-to-do family because I was only the Secretary General. They never thought that Secretary General of the United Nations would have lived that kind of difficulty. Looking back, now the 9th Secretary General is working. Among 9 Secretary General, I think they all came from well-to-do family, Europeans, all this. But I am the only one who came from very poor background. So I was much more attached to the difficulties and hardship of people living in abject poverty, Africa, Southeast Asia, Latin America, wherever, developing countries. That really prompted me to make sure that nobody should suffer from abject poverty. That's why we were thinking about Sustainable Development Goals with the 17 goals, and also a climate change agreement. Climate change came later to me. I didn't know what was happening. In fact, frankly speaking, I was advised by the scientists, look, we are going to face a serious problem for humanity and our planet Earth, the only planet Earth we have. I learned climate change only when I became Secretary General. But by that time, I didn't know that climate change was fast approaching us, fast. So I became just Mr. Climate later. My nickname is Mr. Climate because I spent all my time and energy and passion. I'm proud now, even now, to have brought all the leaders around the world to come in one place and join their hands on the deck together. That's what we are now having, Sustainable Development Goals and Paris Climate Change Agreement. Climate change is a separate one, but one of the goals of 17 goals of sustainable development. Then why do we have a separate climate process as well as a sustainable process when climate is a part of sustainable development goals? Because it has a much serious impact on all the aspects of human being and our planet Earth, only planet Earth. That's why we have a 2 process. But this is a binding force. It has a binding force. This is a treaty. You must keep it. Sustainable Development Goals and 16 remaining, they are not treaty. They are just a political agreement. You may do it or you may not do it. We have no way to punish. But when it comes to climate, you must do it. But people think differently. Political leaders, they are not much committed to this. I can tell you that Sustainable Development Goals, by far, until as of this moment, the most ambitious, most far-reaching vision the United Nations has ever presented to the people of the world since 1945, when the United Nations was initiated. I'm proud. That happened during my time. I don't claim that was my job. I was one of the leaders who were most committed, most passionate. Otherwise, people would not move. Do you think it's now going on? Well, no. Only 17%. By this time, we should have completed 60%. I discussed this matter with my successor, Antonio Guterres. Look, this is very disturbing. You must take another initiative. Convene a meeting. I discussed with the Asia Development Bank professionally. They are the professional people. Asian Development Bank researched only 17%. This is what international community recognized, only 17%. After how many? 9 years. After 9 years passed. We have only 6 years to go. 6 years to go. Then we have to do something responsible for our succeeding generation. Succeeding generation. Most of you are not politicians, so you don't have political responsibility. I am neither. I'm no longer Secretary General. I don't have any political responsibility. But you and I have a moral responsibility as educators, as business leaders, or as social leaders. You have moral responsibility to make sure that these Sustainable Development Goals are implemented. But people's political ambition is very much low. Then Secretary General Antonio Guterres convened, upon my recommendation, the Summit of the Future in September. I was there. Most of the political leaders came at his invitation. Then they discussed and agreed upon, adopted almost the same thing repeatedly, the Pact for the Future. Pact for the Future. It has 6 years to go. I'm afraid to tell you, frankly speaking, there's no way that we will be able to see the end of achievement of Sustainable Development Goals, Paris Climate Change Agreement, because major powers are fighting. United States versus China, Russia versus most European Union, European countries. Of course, Ukraine is the target, but whole European Union are just supporting Ukraine. Korea is also supporting, but we don't have any idea when this war will end. So political leaders are not feeling any sense of responsibility, moral or political. This is a really serious problem. What will happen with the new US government, with former President Trump is now going back again? He's threatening NATO. If you don't pay such and such a percentage of money, we will withdraw. US withdrawing from the NATO, this is almost unbelievable. But he's threatening you. He's threatening that I'm going to withdraw from Paris Climate Change Agreement. This is, again, unacceptable. I was very angry when he withdrew from the Paris Climate Change Agreement. This is the number 2 largest greenhouse gas emitting country, United States, only next to China. He withdrew from Paris Climate Change Agreement. How much time, how much passion have they spent, exerted through many COP meetings? He just, without any blinking eyes, he just withdrew. Now he is threatening that I am withdrawing again. I've been speaking out. His name in the history will remain in very dark side. I'm sure that. Of course, don't tell him, I may be in trouble. My wife is very much begging me, honey, don't talk about him. Because during last 5 years, 8 years, during last 8 years as former Secretary General, I've been speaking, criticizing Trump. And then Europeans mostly, they're very calm, not passionate, no fraud. Then whenever I was speaking about Trump, lot of thunderous applause. Because they agreed with my anger, with my passion. Because you are not able to speak out. But I was free. I am just a private citizen. I'm no longer Secretary General. So I am going to speak out again. I hope you will join me. Why don't you give me support? So thank you very much. Monica has written me a good text, but I'm emphasizing the importance of quality education. That's okay. Now, another one is how to empower our young generation. I think they will soon become congressmen, women, or president, or ministers, business leaders, etc., etc. So your duty and my duty at this time is to empower our younger generation so that by the time they are in charge of all this business or politics, then they should be the one who will have to lead this country, lead this world in a sustainable way, sustainable world. For that, we have to provide a quality education. For that, we have to give them the good sense of global citizenship. What does global citizen means? You must be proud of being Austrian, one of the top countries in Europe and thus in the world. That's not enough. That's not enough. What you have to do is to make sure that all our promises, political or moral, must be implemented under your leadership, by your leader. You must teach your younger generation, your children, so that they will be global citizens with passion and compassion. If a child or children just have a passion, it's wrong. They may not go where they may be heading. This passion, that's their prerogative to have passion as young people. But this passion must be attached together with, go together with compassion to be able to render the helping hand to others who are in need of support. This is a basic of the basics. So let us teach and educate our younger generation to be a global citizens with passion and compassion. This is what I learned when I was a high school boy in 1962. I was a third year in the high school. I was lucky enough to be invited to the United States. Our last course during 1 month tour was at the White House. We met John F. Kennedy, then president, most popular in the history. He talked to us. I was one of 140 students from Austria, including about 40 countries. Korea was very poor at that time. But what he said really inspired me. He said, among many things, the political leaders are not talking each other. Of course, he and Khrushchev were never in talking mood. They were enemies, die-hard enemies. But you will be able to do much better than political leaders because you are young, because there are no national boundaries. That was not true. There were stricter national boundaries at that time, Cold War. But he said, there's no national boundaries. Wow, that is not true, but there was stricter. But he said, symbolically, because you are young, you can transcend all these political issues. And what is important, he said, is to extend helping hand to others. That is compassion, helping hand. So you can be prosperous alone, but when your brothers, sisters, or friends, neighbors are poor, then you also become apt to be poor. So you have to grow up together. So extending helping hand to others, that's a global citizenship. At that time, I was inspired. Look, what should I do? I must become a diplomat. I must do something for my poor country. That I never expected, that one day I would become Secretary General of the United Nations. But I worked hard and hard to achieve that small ambition. I had a very small ambition. Even now, as a former Secretary General, I don't have unnecessary ambitions. I have a small desire and compassion. So let us work together, ladies and gentlemen, to realize a sustainable world where everybody can enjoy good quality education and peace and harmony and solidarity and sustainable development. Again, I'm emphasizing that that's your moral responsibility, and I will be one of you. Thank you very much. Danke schön.
Thank you, SG Ban. I just made a promise to myself I will never write a text for you again. You are much better without any script. Thank you so much. Well, this brings us to almost the close of the opening. I would like to ask all of the speakers of the opening ceremony to come on stage together with His Excellency SG Ban for a group picture. And we have a task for you as well, because we want all of you to be on that group picture, which will be a challenge, but we have a photographer at the very back. So, dear opening panel speakers, please do come up on stage, all of you. In the middle, SG Ban and of course Dr. Heinz Fischer. Yes, Benjamin Glan, wonderful. I will join you in a second. But now, the big order is, dear audience members, all of you please get up and turn around. And please have a watch out for the photographer who raises his hand. Raise your hand, dear photographer, so that we know where to look. And if you can't see him, he will not be able to see you. So we will do this experiment of fitting all. So, dear photographer, bitte lieber Fotograf, heben Sie Ihre Hand. Jawohl. Ausgezeichnet. Alle sehen den Fotografen. Wer ihn nicht sieht, ist nicht auf dem Foto. Please do watch the photographer. Can we do one? Everyone clapping? Clapping. Wonderful. Ladies and gentlemen, this was a premiere. Let's see if this group picture worked out. Thanks so much for the photographer's efforts. Now, we have a chance to mix and mingle now. This is part of a very important segment of this conference. We want you to enter into dialogue. We want you to forge new partnerships. We want you, in the break time that we are now venturing into, to maybe create a vision that can be shared later on. I do hope that we will meet here again punctually for our first exciting panel at 10:30. But until then, feel free to have coffee, tea, inspirational talks, and meet people that are here, because you really will benefit from the networks that we can create here in Salzburg. So see you back at 10:30. already on, yes. Welcome back. Hello, hello, everyone again. Do take your seat. There are some seats now available in the front row. Please do come, take a seat. If there is lack of space at the back, please come to the front row. Absolutely, dear gentlemen, sit down. Welcome back from a hopefully inspirational coffee break. We will immediately commence with our first panel. Sit down in the front row. Please, please, please be our guest. Welcome back. Secretary General Bahn and Heinz Fischer had to move swiftly to an interview with local media, so hence they are not joining at this point. But we are very happy that all of you are back, and we are immediately venturing into our first panel. To get you inspired about it, all of you surely have one or the other teacher in your lifetime that truly inspired you. An educator that gave you wings, that showed you something that was out of the ordinary. We are talking in this first panel about exactly these educators that need to be empowered for effective climate education. And lots is needed, obviously. So we will hopefully tackle in this first panel themes such as how can educators actually do the great work of raising climate awareness and creating action with their students? What is out there as professional training possibilities? What are the needs of teachers in matters of climate literacy, in matters of communication skills? How can we overcome the burden of resource limitations that we always have? We always have a lack of money. What about overcoming institutional resistance for teachers? And maybe we can listen out to what are some of the innovative pedagogical approaches that already work out there. So allow me to introduce the panel to you just briefly. As our first guest, joining us on stage, we welcome Katrin Kohl. She is the co-chair of the UNESCO Reorientating Education Towards Sustainability of York University, Canada. As a second guest up on stage, I would like to announce Patricia Vázquez. She is the CEO of Mexicanos Primero and former Minister of Public Education in the Mexican state of Puebla. Patricia. The next fascinating panelist who we have is Ingrid Pramling Samuelsson. She's professor in early childhood education and UNESCO chair in early childhood education and sustainable development at the University of Gothenburg. And we are joined on the panel as well by Kati Atalainen, Senior Ministerial Advisor in the International Relations Secretariat at the Ministry of Education and Culture of Finland. This session will be moderated by our dear partner Stephanie Godek, Coordinator for Austrian UNESCO Schools at the Austrian Commission for UNESCO. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much for this nice introduction. Dear Excellencies, dear honorary guests, dear ladies and gentlemen, I'm very humbled actually to speak after Heinz Fischer and Ban Ki-moon, I have to say. I think I feel the pressure. So I need some friendly faces in the audience, please. Thank you. So I'm very excited here that we are on the panel on empowering educators for effective climate education. My name is Stephanie Godek. I work for the Austrian National Commission. I'm the head of education there. And as Monica also already has said, what are the main focuses, but I would like to specify a little bit more what we have discussed with our panelists before. We would also like to talk, okay, teachers already have a lot of skills, but how can we actually get these skills? How can we make them feel that they already have a lot of knowledge, but we need to connect them? How can we empower them to connect their knowledge maybe with other people, to have NGOs, to work with governments and so on? How can we work together? This will be one of our more intense focus. And the second one is also how can we build knowledge exchanges between climate affected and unaffected areas, because we have a lot of teachers that are in climate affected areas and they have a lot of knowledge, and we need to bring this knowledge also to the table and to talk to them and foster exchanges. But before I start, I speak very fast because we have only 45 minutes, but the panelists will speak more slowly. I will introduce the panelists a little bit more in detail that you also understand where they're coming from when they give their statements. Next to me, there is Kati Antilainen. She works as a senior ministerial advisor at the International Relations Secretariat of Finland's Ministry of Education and Culture. She has 15 years of experience in multilateral affairs and development policy, especially in the fields of education, SDG 4. As a follow-up on the UN's Transformative Education Summit, she acts as Finland's focal point of UNESCO's Global Greening Education Partnership and UNESCO UNICEF-led initiative Gateways to Public Digital Learning Platforms. Next to her is Patricia Vasquez, former board member of the National Institute for Evaluation in Education, INEE, and former Minister of Public Education in Puebla, Mexico. Patricia is a recognized leader in education policy with over 20 years of experience in shaping impactful reforms. She currently serves as CEO of Mexicanos Primero, Mexico's leading NGO advocating for quality education, and Patricia is also Salzburg Global Fellow and part of the Global Alliance in Socio-Emotional Skills, Karanga. She also a Harvard graduate in international education policy. The one after her is Ingrid Pramling Samuelson. As she has already been introduced, she's a UNESCO chair in ECE and Sustainable Development. Her research area is children learning and how preschool can create opportunities for this within various fields. The latest research and development project is about sustainable preschool in Sweden, and she also has been the world president of OMEP, Organisation Mondiale pour l'Éducation Préscolaire, World Organization of ECE, for 6 years. And last but not least, it's Katrin Kohl. She's the co-chairholder of the UNESCO Chair in Reorienting Education Towards Sustainability at York University, Canada. She's the focal point for Sustainable Development Goal SDG 4 of the Higher Education and Research for Sustainable Development Global Cluster, led by the International Association of Universities. And with her background in law and management, she served in prior positions as executive coordinator of the UNESCO Chair at York University in Toronto, Canada, managing director of the German Commission for UNESCO, and a strategic advisor to the Vice Chancellor at the University of Düsseldorf, Germany. I'm kindly asking you for another warm applause for the panel. For the first question, we have discussed in our preparation what is something that we could really tackle on. And of course, we need climate literate teachers. That is one. How can we get them to be climate literate in their ways, in their subject, to also understand climate and sport can be linked. Climate and German classes or language classes can be linked. How can we make them understand that this knowledge can be brought together? So the one first question is, how can we make them understand that everything that they teach and they do is linked with climate change or can be linked with climate change? But then also a lot of people, they have knowledge, they have their personal interest, they have scientific background, sometimes even when they come to school. How can we make them understand that they need to have a holistic approach, that they need to have a joined up thinking, maybe with other colleagues, with other associations, to really harness the power of working together? And I would like first to address Kati.
Thank you, moderator, for the good question, topical question. In Finland, we harness the proficiency of teachers. So teachers are really at the core of our education system, and they participate in all our policy reforms. They are our first and foremost partner when we develop continuously education. So that is the where we stand, that teachers really are the respected professionals, and part of that equation is that teachers in Finland have quite a lot of autonomy, professional autonomy in their work. Our teacher education is master's level, so apart from early childhood education and care, all teachers, they have master's degree, and during that research-based teacher education, quite an important stage is also their practical, mentored and guided part of the studies. But maybe because I come from the ministry, then I tend to look at things from a, let's say, system perspective, if you will. And in Finland, we're strong believers in the enabling factor, that if your system is constructed in a way that it breathes, that it allows different parties, until teachers, but schools, municipalities, if it allows some local adjustments, then that is the best way to remain relevant. So that's why at all levels of education planning, also in teacher policies, also in teachers' work, we try to enable different interactions and dialogues between different stakeholders, between different sectors in society. So as regards to climate, then again, coming from the system perspective, we of course need to start with curricula in Finland at all levels, even from early childhood, but all the way to upper secondary. We have climate embedded something called sustainable future, so competencies for sustainable future. And that is an area that transcends all disciplines. So we call them transversal competence areas, and that means that every teacher, mathematics teachers, music teachers, etc., basically need to take such transversal competence areas into account. Then, of course, climate is also embedded in geography, in different disciplines, of course. But how to make those nice words a living piece? Well, it's all about collaboration. Again, our teachers, they develop their own proficiency in different networks, so they, again, from policy perspective, we see teachers, but teachers, they themselves see themselves as lifelong learners. So there is no teacher out there who is ready in his or her profession. Forget about it, because the world is turning all the time. If you look at the AI technology, we can't even keep up with the previous new phenomena, and now we have the second generation of AI, and what is the generation of the next AI. So you really need to have those broad-based competencies, and teachers, they need to have the preparedness and mindsetting to always develop themselves. And it also happens collaboratively. So in our curricula, for example, we have multidisciplinary areas, and that means even in basic education, for example, there is it is not a recommendation, but it is a normative, because our national core curricula have a normative status. So it is a norm that in basic education, you have to plan at least one entity per year that has a thematic approach. It brings different disciplines together. The schools and teachers can plan those themselves. So again, the agency and teachers play a role. There is nobody coming from outside. You need to do this or you can't do that. Quite the contrary, we want teachers and schools to be innovative and also try out different things. But in any case, that schools, they have to plan also cross-disciplinary, multidisciplinary studies. So this is something that we speak of when we come from the system perspective. Another example of the collaboration is, in fact, our entire teacher policy. In Finland, we have something called a National Teacher Education Forum, which brings all the institutions from early childhood all the way to adult education So it brings those institutions, universities together, again, together with stakeholders, trade union of teachers, of course, municipalities, businesses, etc. They share the platform and they talk about actively of topical challenges and common solutions on how to bring the not the in-service, it's part of the discussion, but the pre-service teacher education. So how can institutions collaborate? How can they plan together? And climate education is one example. So institutions come together and they share academic and practical knowledge, and they plan courses for teacher education. So these are so it's all about collaboration, co-creation, but also autonomy, because we want to trust our teachers. That is maybe the key word. We want to have teachers the space to grow in their proficiency and to also be in dialogue with developing their own, we call schools as learning communities, so teachers contribute in developing their own working environments, but we also want schools to be sort of active, breathing spaces where you can, at the local level, you can meet the NGOs, you can meet the businesses at the local level, etc. And my very final word about the relevance, I know I'm crossing the time, is about VET, so vocational education and training. When we speak of collaboration, then maybe that is very clear example of that. When we plan in Finland our vocational qualifications, they are really done hand in hand with the industry. So the businesses, they know best what is needed in vocational sector. And we do know that there is, coming from the business side, there is a huge demand of greening skills. So that's where it also needs to come. We're happy that there is this push coming from, let's say, outside of the education sector. But again, you can be relevant if you collaborate.
Thank you. Thank you. I think this is a very good point to hand over to you, Patricia, for this collaboration and cooperations also with NGOs.
Totally. No, so thank you very much, everyone. Good morning. I'm so happy to be here with you all. An honor, by the way. I just want to start saying, like, to answer that I want to acknowledge the work that we, all the fellows, we have been doing here for the last week, that many of us are here, and we will discuss for a week about the future of teaching. So although we don't have concrete answers, what we know is that teachers should be there, and that we need to empower them, and that we need to recover the image of the teachers worldwide. So so I'm gonna just, for context, because I always want to contextualize the Mexican conversation, because as I hear the perspective of Finland, and we also participate at the OECD conversation and the PISA. Finland is always on the top, right? And Mexico not necessarily is there. So unfortunately, but we're doing our best. So just quick numbers and data. So Mexico is a country that has more than 252,000 schools. It has more than 35 million students. It has 2 million teachers. And we have 69 indigenous languages. 32 states. On the north part of the country, you'll find the whole United States border. And on the south, you'll find Belize, Guatemala. So we're really connected in the middle of the Latin American region. So I want to say that because I'm not able to speak for one only context. I think that's something that we need to be aware when we think about the Mexican educational system and what is happening there is that diversity, the complexity that we have in the country. And yes, we have faced like so many climate changes adversities. So something that I want to raise for this first answer is then what we can do. What is the possibility? What are the things? It's not the teachers we want teachers to have. I think that there are many teachers in the country doing their best, working with environmental programs, with organizations, with higher education institutions, with local authorities. So I want to bring you into this travel of imagining that in that big country that I just draw to you, we have more than 700 watersheds. Those watersheds are truly connected to each other, as we are all connected worldwide, right? So those watersheds, 7 out of 10 watersheds are totally polluted. So what we need to raise, I think, in this part of the collaboration perspective is how we enhance new perspectives and local empowerment. The change, at least from what we see and from what we have done and what we're doing in the Mexican educational system, is never going to go top down. These things are going to be changing, and much moreover, we're seeing that bottom up. So, so the watersheds, what we're doing is trying to connect the teachers that are next to the watersheds. And so like, yeah, but we need the climate change curriculum. Well, I don't know, I would love and expect that the president of Mexico, that is a woman that cares about science and climate change, and she's an expert on that. I hope she will implement a curriculum on environmental education as Finland, like, it would love to have something like that. But we do not have that. And we just can't be pointing out all the time that the changes in the educational system are going to be done by or through the curriculum. Changes will have to be done by raising awareness with the teachers and just connecting them and value their jobs and think more about what they're doing currently. So we are connecting watersheds right now. We have concrete and special toolkits that we have implemented from the NGOs, from other organizations, experts on environmental education, not necessarily for pedagogical experts, I have to say that. So the environmental agenda is taking much more of the agenda on the watersheds rather than just the pedagogical toolkits or educational language. So we're connecting the teachers, and we are raising awareness with them so they can raise awareness with their parents and with the communities so they can be more in contact with the problems that they're living. When we just develop, for example, I'm going to give you an example, a workshop in one part of the country, in Guerrero, which is a very complex, next to the Pacific Ocean, a very complex state, when we raised and asked them the question, like, what is the problem that your community is having? They were saying, like, hey, pregnancy, kids are leaving school, dropouts. But they were not aware that the watershed that is just next to them is totally, like, empty. There's no more running water there. And so what I see and what I want to just leave on the room, the sense is that what we can do from the bottom up, instead of thinking about that everything is going to be done top down. And I do think that we have to also focalize and localize strategies, and I think that at least for the Mexican context, we need to understand the problem is bigger than us, but we can start working like in very small pieces so everything can be changed. So just to add something that, because I think it's a learning panel that we all want to hear from. I want to point out that it's not easy now to collaborate, formally speaking, when we think about NGOs and when we think from this perspective of us here in Salzburg, like, okay, let's do work together. But then there's a huge challenge, which is context, which is the role that the places are having in the conversation and the way the communities are perceiving climate change. And I'm speaking out from the perspective of migrants or climate migrants. What we are wary right now and what we are trying to advocate more from the perspective of the organization that I'm leading now is how we raise the voices of the teachers and how we empower them and how they connect the stories and how they have solved. I think that Ban Ki-moon just said, like, yeah, budget is just a resource, but it's super needed. And we do not have any resource allocated, not in the national budget for Mexico, to address this topic. So instead of just waiting for things to happen and for the authorities to be more sensible, I think that we need to bring more collective knowledge and bring together more organizations that are working next to the problem, not analyzing only the problem. I think that, and I was just seeing us here seated, and I was like, and there's another thing that is happening, which is the gender perspective. And at least from the watersheds from which we are working and trying to connect the teachers, the community, the students, and whatever what we've seen, is that something about collaboration is happening much more, and there's more care of what is happening when we embrace women doing something different. So I'll stop there, just saying a lot of some ideas, but trying to put different perspective here on the panel.
Thank you very much. So your last 2 points, we will get back in the second question if we can make it. But I would like to give the word to Ingrid, because I think it's also a nice turnover. It's like a bottom-up approach, and I think elementary pedagogic or preschool is often overlooked when we talk about policies and also engagement with preschoolers. So I'm excited to hear from you.
Thank you. Well, it is often overlooked, and we have to consider that it's already before schooling that all the lifelong learning is based when it comes to values, knowledge, and skills. And it also means that when you think about educating the youngest children, it's much more than climate change. It is about all different aspects of sustainable development. I come from Sweden, and where we work a lot with this in early years. And 2019, we got a revised curriculum for early childhood education, both with the overriding perspective of sustainability, but also with specific question about children's rights, about citizenship, about relation between humans and nature, consumers, and so on. And since we got this curriculum, people in the field felt that we need to have some kind of competence development. We need to find out how should we adapt this to the youngest children in the education system. And so there were 9 different municipalities who asked an independent provider called Innovation Research Development in School and Preschools to organize a 3-year-long competence development. And it was for preschool teachers, it was for the headmasters, and for the managers responsible for preschools in the municipalities. Because I think if we think about the whole school approach, which we talk a lot about in education, everybody has to be involved. It's not only a question for the teachers. It is for the whole system, and also for the people working in the kitchen and with cleaning and so on, if you want a sustainable preschool in the future. And we were 3 researchers who planned this program and also gave lectures, and we developed tasks for the participants on all different levels to carry out in practice. And when they carried this out in practice, at the same time they generated data for us as researchers that we could analyze, and then we could throw it back and show what came out of it for this group. So they were involved in the research process in a way, at the same time as it was competence development. And of course, we also the researchers used this for publications in a lot of different systems. Well, and I would say a little bit about what were the key things that really changed the teacher's way of working with children. And there are 2 main things that stood out. One is the OMEP rating scale for sustainability, which is a rating scale developed within this world organization, and which is taking up what it could be economy, environment, and social cultural things, working with the youngest children. And it's scaled from 1 to 7, which means that 1 is not acceptable and 7 is excellent. An example, for example, about economy and consumerism is 1 is there is limited awareness of responsible consumption of water, electricity, and paper. And 7, it says, the preschool is involved in participating in local projects for more sustainable consumptions, patterns, and lifestyles. So the teacher have one by themselves, rate themselves and what they're doing, and then they come together in the team and see, where are we? What are we good at? What do we have to continue with to do to develop in this situation. And that was really, and you can see number 7 is also much more of agency for children. Children are involved and can influence what's going on. And you can see it was an eye-opener for the teachers to see it is more than environment. Suddenly they see that a lot of things they are doing, they can turn that into sustainability question. The other main things that helped the teachers to change was about to learn to communicate in dialogues with children. It may sound ridiculous. Can't preschool teachers have dialogues with children? Well, we know that teachers are talking a lot with children, but very few is having dialogues. There is a British researcher, Iram Shirai Blatchford. She has analyzed 5,000 communications with children in very good preschools, and it's 5% are dialogues. And learning in preschool is all about the negotiation of meaning. So then you have to be good at communication. So we work with what we call systematic child talks, which means that the teacher have an idea what they want children to think and reflect about, but not what they should come up with. And just a few things about what was the result. If you look at the result of the teacher's development, you can say they got a task about reading books to children and then communicated about sustainability. And among the 57 transcribed book talks we got in, it was represented from 107 different books, which we think is excellent because the teacher has understood they could take any book and read it and relate the conversation to sustainability question. And when it comes to children, because in the end we also found out that we have to see what is happening with these children, with the oldest 4 and 5 years old children. And the teachers are showing them pictures about sustainability, and children have to narrate about it. And it was open question. Could you tell us what is this picture all about? And one of the pictures was about an assembly where the teacher should decide something together with children, what they should do the next day. And you could see the 4 and 5 years old know, they all know that you can vote, and they have a lot of ideas about how they could vote and count the votes. But they also have an idea, not only to vote and come up with one suggestion. They thought, well, one day we can do this, the next day we can do the other way, so we can please all of them. But not only that, children also know, 4 and 5 years old, that they can take old decisions. The teacher often asks them, do you want to play outside or do you want to stay in? And they know that they can decide by themselves. So one could claim that the cradle of democracy is already developed long before school. So it is both, when it comes to deciding, it's both they understand it's a collective approach, but it's also something for the individual. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we're going to the field of higher education and your perspective, Katrin.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thanks for the opportunity that I can be here. And I want to acknowledge the students in the room, because sorry about the mess that we're leaving you for your future, but we're really trying now. Yeah, I also want to raise the perspectives of teachers, because we're expecting a lot, and teachers are like part of the general population. And if we're considering that 1 in 4 people are actively avoiding the news, 20% of people it's a study from the States, they're just only looking at news on social media. So they're subject to fake news and misinformation. In Germany, people are feeling, more than half of people in Germany are feeling, we're doing enough. It's good. We have done our part. Let somebody else take over. And so we need to take that into account, that teachers are part of our population and they're feeling as overwhelmed as other people do. Yet we are putting them in the position as superheroes, trying to solve so much in formal schooling. And here again, at the same time, I'm always happy to hear how recognized teachers are in Finland. In most countries, they don't even have a good reputation. And yet, we're expecting them to solve all these wicked issues for that. For there's no real solution, because every advantage on one problem will create a trade-off for another problem. And certainly when you know as a teacher that you've taught a complex issue in the room, when the next day the parents are showing up and telling you, what were you thinking? So we often talk about schools being a safe place for students. Are we creating a safe place for our teachers, where we're putting them into the position that they have the time and the ability and the opportunity to discuss these future issues, and at the same time being exposed to this uncertainty? So when we're talking about empowerment of teachers, we need to look into empowering them with skills of dealing and coping with this uncertainty that they find themselves in as people, but that they find themselves in their positions, with the inability of knowing what's ahead for their students. If we're looking at 6-year-olds today, we know maybe 5% of the jobs of these 6-year-olds will be taken in 2050. So we're preparing them for something that we don't know what it is, and all we can prepare for is constant adaptation, mitigation of the situation. So if we want to empower a teacher, we really need to focus on these skills, and that takes time and effort, and that takes safe rooms for these conversations to be had, for things to be reflected, to be emotionally digested and deal with it. At the same time, and that's my second point, beyond foundational skills and training for that, the second point is we have been exposing teachers to a number of management, administrative things. And as we're here also surrounded by MCI students, all these aspects of management we naturally expect teachers to deal with on the side. Whereas also that takes a certain amount of time. School report cards are now not written anymore. They're online. They go through systems. We're expecting teachers to responsibly and carefully include media, to work through different media through their classrooms, work instead of a blackboard with a whiteboard. And we have so many expectations, but there's so little room to learn that. And so that takes time. And in order to create that space for climate change and create kind of a climate for change, we need to help them to develop the best possible skills in all of these foundational questions, so they have the room to think about that and to develop their own understanding, to develop the confidence and the competence to teach and to discuss these big questions of sustainability and climate. And the last point that I want to make is, it has become a taboo to say, I don't know. Not knowing about climate change, not knowing about sustainability, who goes forward and says that? So we need to create learning opportunities outside your own institution, because in your own institution, you're part of a hierarchy. You're part of a paying system. You're part of seniority. You have a group dynamics and everything, and saying, I don't know, is often not possible anymore. So the way to empower teachers is giving them opportunities to learn, again, in safe spaces, and most likely outside of their own organization, where they can say, I'm not quite sure yet, or I'm afraid of. And those spaces are going to be crucial if we want schools to move forward in meaningfully embedding climate discussions, and not just telling the facts about climate change, because that factual knowledge will never lead to any action, and we need nothing more than meaningful and sustainable climate action. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm checking the time. We theoretically have 6 minutes, but we started 5 minutes late, pushing the limit. I would like to move on to the second questions. Thank you very much for replying all the questions with your expertise and the different views. I think it's important also to bring people together to talk about the same question, but from different views, to actually have this interconnected thinking, because if we sit in our bubbles, nothing is going to change neither. And my second question that I would like to address is, Yes, we have heard that we need teachers to be climate literate, we need maybe programs, we need funding, we need structures. That's the one thing. But I think on the other hand, what we also need to take in consideration, we need to have learning opportunities from teachers that are in climate affected areas to teachers that are in less climate affected areas or no climate affected areas, because I think the expertise is also there. They have had implemented curricula, they have had projects, they know maybe how to address also trauma. It can also be trauma brought to the class due to climate change and the effect that it has on the teachers, on the students, on displacement. So my second question would be, it's a quite tricky one, I have to say. What kind of platforms or partnerships or programs maybe or networks can foster meaningful exchanges and promote these mutual learnings? And maybe you have an example that you can give. What is a way? What is one possibility? There are many, but maybe you have some examples. I would keep the same order, but this time please don't clap in between because otherwise they have to speak too fast. The input is very well received. We clap at the end. I hope that's fine. Thank you. Kati.
Yes, thank you. And that's a good question. And I think there is, again, no other way to respond to it as collaboration. So it's about sharing experiences. Of course, you need platforms for that, both at the national level, but at the international level. So this, of course, is, again, one example. But at the global level, we have a fairly fresh UNESCO's Global Greening Education Partnership initiative, for example, where it's a global community of practice and also focusing on teachers' issues there. We have, of course, the UNESCO Associated Schools Network, etc. At the European level, we have instruments that are wonderful, such as Erasmus+. So such instruments we need, and they enable collaboration and exchange and sharing of good practices also between the, let's say, global north and global south. But as a concrete example from both sides, I would say from Finland is that we have a national strategy on STEM, strengthening our STEM education. We have, in order to operationalize that strategy, we have a network of universities across the entire Finland focusing on developing on STEM pedagogies. And climate issues, of course, is one of their agenda. And they, based on research, but again, collaborating directly with teachers, bringing climate researchers, bringing education researchers together, sharing with teachers, so the practitioners, and making research about those clubs and courses and trainings and building MOOCs and what have you. And this network, in Finnish it's called Luma network, but it's a STEM universities focusing on STEM education, and they also collaborate a lot internationally. So they organize a lot of events and venues and, as said, MOOCs, etc., also that are open for a global audience. So I think we need such practices, we need avenues to bring the practitioners and planners together. I can't put it in any other form.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much.
Okay. So I'm going to go I'm just going to give you an example of something that we're doing in Mexico. It's a private-public initiative that's called Ed Sustainable Futures. So what we're doing is bringing, opening a call for so upper secondary schools. So only public schools, by the way, like 80% of the schools in Mexico are public. So we open a call and they present a project of something related with or affecting their climate change, affecting their schools by climate change. So so they create a project. We connect with them for almost 6 months before gathering all together in one place, in different places in Mexico. And they present what could be the solution, meaning the students. And then the teacher is kind of the mentor of the project. So the teacher has also to develop some skills, not only in terms of understanding how a project could be more or best implemented, but rather to think more about the climate literacy that we want to be, or that we have been saying here. So so it was just amazing to hear, and they have to prepare, by the way, a pitch, so they can just launch a whole idea of what's a problem to solve in their communities, what they can do immediately. It's not that I'm going to wait for the government to allocate resources. It's like, this is happening now, so let's act now. And then we give a follow-up for them or with them in terms of the projects. And you wouldn't imagine the awareness. So you were saying a lot about, Catherine was saying a lot of the teachers, but I think that the students' voice is there, and they want to do something. They want to be perceived as an active, to have an active role. So this project, again, it's called Ed Sustainable Futures. We have had like 2 years on the row investing on that. And by the way, businesses related with energy and with other environmental agendas are there, and they go and present, and we assess also as experts on education, on environment, on energy, on whatever, like many topics. We assess their projects. So there's something happening there, and what we've catch from these experiences is not that there are many other experiences happening. I'm just giving just one example, is that we're giving equity in voice. I think that for us is very important that is a principle happening in that. It's all about reciprocity, that also wanted to, like, it's not also something that is going to be given by the government or by the authorities, like how we give them the power to act immediately, and also cultural sensitivity. So it's just a matter of, let's understand that all the contexts are different and the problems should be attacked, sorry to say the word, but in a different way. But the thing is how we do give a more principal role to the students and leave the teachers the role of being more mentors and coaches of some projects like this.
Well, of course, all teachers need to be sensitive to the child's world and experience. And in specific skills in early childhood education, teachers must be good at observing play and listening to what children are saying. Because children live in this world and they say what's happening around them. For example, in the project, we were asking children about what would you do if you had a lot of money? And a lot of children began to talk about Ukraine, of what's going there. So children have a lot of ideas what's going on around them. And of course, there are disasters also in a country like Sweden. There could be flooding in the summer, it could be fires in the woods and so on. So there could be a lot of things going on close by. But I also think it's important to think about children have questions and they are sensitive to the teachers if they want to talk about it. And we know from research that teachers often avoid things which have to do with poorness, with begging and all these kind of things that they find difficult to talk about. But on the other hand also that we must be prepared to talk about it, but we think about it as a trauma, but maybe it's not trauma for young children. It's just that they are curious. And I mean, it's so easy to say it's a trauma, but all children want to know about what's going on in the world. And there is, for example, in Sweden, there's many preschools that have cooperation with preschools in other countries, which help them with the technology to learn about other worlds. There's also a platform called Gapminders, Dollar Street, which is really concrete. You could look into other culture. What does it mean to live in Myanmar for children with a house without outdoors and so on, with sleeping at these pavement or whatever it is. So there's a lot of ways to deal with this question in early childhood education also. But of course, all teachers must be ready to meet all children. And children know what the expectation is from the teacher. And one last thing is that we have used in the last years a lot about a new notion with teachers and children, and that is about think if. What about if? And that opened up a lot of discussion, both with teachers and with children. What will happen if? And so on. So there's a lot of way to open up to get children to think about the future, not only to reflect about what have been, but how about, what could it be like?
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks. Very briefly, because I know we're running out of time. Learning from disaster-affected areas can be extremely powerful, but can also be extremely frightening. And we have to be extremely respectful. If we're building relationships into an area that has been severely affected, the last thing that we want in the world and in schooling is any kind of disaster tourism. And so building those networks will only function when they're built on existing relationships. So collaboration is something that we desperately need more in schools, because UNESCO builds right now on the concept of transformation. Transformation comes in several steps. The first, you need to know the facts. You need to have some basic factual knowledge, but you also have to have competencies to do something with these facts. Come up with problem solutions, come up with a critical analysis of what is happening. And then comes you need some kind of experiential exposure, and this can come through those networks, that it starts mattering to you, that it starts feeling like it could be something that you feel affected by, and it's so important for you, although it's happening somewhere else, that you want to do something. And this then leads to, and we heard it this morning, this then leads to compassion. And so far, we have only been able to create moments of global compassion. When an earthquake happens somewhere, everyone for 2 weeks is focused on the poor people that have been affected by this earthquake. But then the world moves on and we go away and we go about our own things. And what we really need in this world right now is a total transformation, that we change our behaviors and our thinking for people that we may never meet, for places that we may never see, but they have to matter as much as our own home, as our own place. And this is the challenge. And I think global networks between all areas, and because right now we never know where anything is happening considering this climate, and these moments can also carry through, or these networks can also carry through moments of disaster and moments of any kind of challenge that we are experiencing these days. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I would just briefly conclude. What are the two key words that we can take away? I think it is reciprocity, dialogue, teachers to students, students to teachers, listen to each other, policymakers to teachers, policymakers to students, listen to each other. And the second thing is, I think you pointed it out very nice at the end, respect. We need to have a respectful work together in order to tackle effective climate education. Thank you very much, and thank you for your friendly faces also. I appreciate it. Thank you.
No, thank you, dear panel number one. Please do get up, group up in the middle of the stage, and we take one shot of this panel. And because we are going to the next one, and I know some of you might feel, yeah, the photographers are doing their thing, I still continue talking to you, because, you know, we get tired after so much input and after, like, many insightful pieces of wisdom. I want us to be activated as well. So, all of you, please, do me the favor, get up and shake the hand of someone who you haven't yet shook hand with. Introduce yourself briefly, then we sit down again and assemble panel 2. Shake hand, introduce yourself. All right. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. Please sit down again. Please sit down. Thank you very much. You can come back to your talk partner over the coffee break. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thanks a lot. Please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, you can continue your conversation over coffee. That was a great start and a great animation. Take your seats. Thank you so much. I love this. There is energy in the room, and you have now all met someone who you need to return to over coffee break because you didn't finish your conversation. That was the whole goal of it. So Panel number 2, ladies and gentlemen, on climate education into formal curricula. Let me tell you, I come from a family of teachers, and we had heated debates in our family about curricula. It might sound boring, but I'm telling you, it's not a boring subject at all, because it's decisive for so many of us. So the second panel will focus on the interesting question, how can we integrate climate education into formal curricula? So how can we adapt the subjects? We're often thinking in silos. How can we actually integrate climate-related content into curricula? How can we learn from successful case studies from around the globe? And do we need interdisciplinary approaches? I think the answer will be yes. But let's see. We get our panelists up on stage, and I would ask the first one, Lim Hyun Mook, Director of the UNESCO Asia Pacific Center for Education and International Understanding, to join us on stage. Wonderful. The next one is Kate Greer, Senior Research Fellow at the Center for Climate Change and Sustainability Education of the University College London. Thank you, Kate. Thank you. Our third speaker for this panel is Charles Hopkins. He's the UNESCO Chair in Reorienting Education Towards Sustainability at York University, Canada. And welcome as a fourth speaker, Pengfei Jiang, Academic Principal at the SDGs Curriculum Office at Tsuyu Rohai, hopefully I'm not butchering it, Foreign Language School, China. Pleasure to have you here. We have a fabulous session moderator in Josie Chon. She is an EdTech advisor and consultant, education committee member of the Royal Society. Please, do us the honor.
Thank you very much. It's such an honor and privilege to be here today and moderate this panel on how can we embed curriculum education in formal curricula. You know, as a mother, as an entrepreneur, as a business leader, and as an educator, I'm really passionate about empowering all learners with the skills that they need to thrive now and in the future. So it's such a pleasure and honor to have such a diverse panel that's going to share their best practice, that's going to tell us a bit about what are some things that they're seeing from their perspective. So we've got a teacher, we've got international leaders, researchers, as well as people who train teachers. In fact, Hyun Mok Institute conducted some training that Pengfei went through. And we've just spent the week as the Future of Teaching Fellows here. So it's a great opportunity to be part of this conversation. For those of you who don't know, the Royal Society in the UK is one of the oldest scientific academy. And in addition to providing resources that students can use in both primary and secondary around climate change, we also have a partnership grant for tomorrow's climate scientists. It's not just about giving young people a voice, but it's also giving them an opportunity to solve some of these problems that they face. So today, we're going to look at it from a teacher's perspective. You know, what are their perspectives? Why do they think climate education is important? So I'm going to make the session very interactive. I'm going to ask each of our panelists to make some opening remarks and make sure you've got your questions ready for them. So I'm going to start off with Pengfei to just give us his perspective as a teacher and as a young person.
Okay, well, it's great honors to be here. I feel I have privilege to be in this panel because I make some connection with the other panelists as well. Yeah, and as a youth or teachers in the schools, we always feel climate is kind of excluded topics, but also our young generations is not quite aware of the environment and the climate is changing. So as teachers, we try to incorporate use STEM knowledge to empower our students to solve problems for SDGs, specifically for climate change. So is that long enough for now? Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Charles, if I can ask you to make some comments.
Yeah. Well, I was a teacher. I was a principal. I was a regional superintendent of schools in the city of Toronto, and I was superintendent of curriculum. So I have some experience in how to try and bring about curriculum change and how to infuse it. And I can say after a number of years, I've been involved in both education for sustainable development and climate change education and so on, well, since its beginning in 1987. I first began trying to bring climate change education into it by saying to school systems, well, the UN says we should. And of course, that went nowhere. So I tried guilt. That only affected a few people and not for very long. So what I've found now is that it has to be at the core of what is a quality education. You know, not only an education for the 21st century, but an education that will ensure we have a 21st century and a 22nd one. You know. So we have to tackle PISA. You know, this is how education systems are compared. And then when it comes to climate change, okay, how does that fit in? Because the mindset of most ministers of education and so on, it's around language, math, science, right? And so you have to explain, look, these are tools, and we want them as sharp as we possibly can get. But issues around a sustainable future, around climate change and so on, that's what we build with these tools. The end is not the tools. It's where are we going. So part of this all is the importance of how do we frame it. And I'll come back to that maybe a little bit later on, but that's for an opening. Thanks.
Thank you. Kate, what's your perspective coming from the UK and working with supporting teachers?
Yeah, thanks, Joycey. So thank you, everyone, and thanks for the invitation to be here. I guess I wanted to start by sharing a slightly, a framework, I guess, for thinking about a meaningful educational response to climate change. And this came about when, during the upsurge of youth activism, where people were demanding more climate change education, and myself and a few academic colleagues got together and we thought, but more of what? What are we actually talking about? And the tendency was for science, geography curriculum, a bit of citizenship. But we did an enormous amount of reading of the academic literature, so you don't have to. And then we tested these ideas. We've been working with teachers in schools in the UK. And we've come up with a framework, I guess, that helps to present a counter-narrative, if you like, to this eternal quest for what is effective. So instead, we've got a framework that we think helps teachers to kind of just expand their practice a little. And there's 6 qualities in this framework. I need 6 fingers on my hand for this, but and the first is that education should offer and be open to alternatives, which is alternative visions of the future, so futures of sufficiency and equity, as well as alternative approaches to education. So not only education that is valued because of results or accountability measures. Sort of the second quality is that our education should accept and embrace complexity and not seek to boil down answers to simple solutions, to help our students recognise that there are trade-offs involved in responding to climate change. The third one is to provide an education that embodies multiple types of knowledge. So disciplinary knowledge, such as that is contained within science, within geography, but also emotional knowledges and value those, and intuitive or spiritual knowledges, as well as the knowledges of Indigenous peoples and land-based practices, and to create space and interdisciplinary practices, which requires creating space for educators to collaborate and structures that enable that. The fourth one is about reorienting education, which includes climate change, towards justice. And I think there has been a tendency, and research has shown this multiple times, that climate change education can be oriented towards science and technology, but it's explicitly twisting that and reorienting towards justice, which involves both global and local perspectives. And this really places qualities of empathy and compassion at the forefront of the education that we practice. The fifth is about fostering ecological worldviews. And at the moment, certainly in the English curriculum, in the national curriculum, ecological worldviews are silent. Like you wouldn't get to the end of school and have any idea that you need to respect the rights of other citizens, non-human citizens of the planet. And so it's been quite explicit in pivoting the curriculum towards valuing the rights of other species and this notion of reciprocity that came up in the previous panel. And the sixth and final one is one that we've struggled with the most, I think, as a group of researchers, which is about supporting students to bring about systemic change. We originally wrote that as supporting students to fostering students' agency, but sometimes in educational discourse, it gets stuck at fostering students' agency without then twisting that or progressing that to actually, they need agency to support systemic change, not for their own sense of self. So that's about shifting students from being viewed as recipients of information and inheritors of the problem to being participants in society's transformation. And you can do that through intergenerational forums and all sorts of practices. So they're the 6 qualities, and they're intended to be almost like drops of water in a pond, that teachers can use them to drop them in and see the ripples flow, not as a set of instructions. So that's kind of the initial framework, I guess, I'd like to offer.
Thank you very much. A lot of the qualities that you mentioned align very well with some of the conversation we've been having during the week around what is the purpose of education and things around compassion, social emotional learning, as well as linking with others and collaboration and the indigenous knowledge were all themes that came up. So thank you for that.
Thanks, Josie.
Hyun-Mook, what's your perspective coming from South Korea?
Well, I want to continue the discussion on the purpose of education. I want to ask this question. What is the majority view of the purpose of education in our societies now? As far as I can observe, and from my experiences of working with many countries and many educators, policymakers, in my view, the majority view of the purpose of education is quite instrumentalist. The majority view of the purpose of education is, regarding viewing education as an instrument for economic growth, primarily, and then maybe personal advancements, getting, the good jobs that you give good salaries. This is as far as I can see, this is the majority view of the purpose of education. But I want to point out that along with this line of thought, there has been, another tradition or tendency regard to the purpose of education, which is to see education as a, the social action or, the human action to grow as a responsible citizens or responsible members of our community or of our society. So this tradition has been there along with this majority view of the purpose of education. And in this, the alternative tendency has been pursued by UNESCO, UN, all of us here in this room to promote, to foster the peace, human rights, sense of global citizenship, or sustainable development. All those values have been pursued through this alternative tradition or tendency of our education systems. So, why I'm talking about this? I want to, the climate change education belongs to this alternative line of thought or the tendency of education, and it is, over the decades or over the years, priority themes or the topics have changed: human rights, peace, disarmament, or environmental protection, and nowadays sustainability, and most recently climate change, and also critical AI literacy. So, as times change, our priorities are naturally changing, and this is quite logical. The things always change, so what you have to do is always adapt to those changes. And so there's the value of education. Education allows us to learn, keep learning, and to equip ourselves with necessary knowledge, skills, and attitudes or behaviors to live together in this rapidly changing world. So that is my initial thought about why do we have to care about climate change in education.
Thank you very much. As the moderator, I'm going to ask the first question, and then I'll open it up for you all to ask the question. So you've got different perspectives, and I would like to just hear what are some best practices that you've seen in terms of embedding climate education into the formal curricula. Which subjects have worked, or what sort of interdisciplinary approaches have you seen? Charles, if I can start with you.
Yeah, I think we have to raise our sights. If we're trying to squeeze in climate education into an already overloaded curriculum, somehow we have to start questioning. I love your comment about the purpose of education. For the last 60 years, we've been pushing that education is to help the individual become all they can be. And we've been a very self-centered approach. And now what we have to look at is education as a common good, and that there is a sense of responsibility, a sense of caring, and so on. And I think climate change is the kind of thing that we can grasp in trying to build on that. It's our most educated countries that are creating the deepest ecological footprints, right? So simply exporting our current education system is not what we want. And to pursue it and do what we're doing now better, that isn't going to work. Just as we export our ecological footprints around the world, unfortunately, we keep our ecological handprints to ourselves and look inward. So I think what we have to do is start questioning our whole culture. And I love, if you, or the idea in Asia of building on respect. It's a cultural thing. And now the idea of creating an ecological civilization because the idea of a civilization fits their mentality, and an ecological civilization. I hope it spreads to the north and to the west, because I can't picture something in my Canadian culture other than the perspectives of our Indigenous people. I can't think of other things to build on. So I'm sorry, it's a long answer, but I think the things that will work is to think bigger, think fundamentally, get in there, and work at that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, I love this question. I would like to introduce some of hands-on practice in my school and previous one as well. We've been privileged to receive recognition from UNESCO by receiving award jointly awarded by UNESCO and Peking University. We made a curriculum which is about mango in Western China, southwestern China. Every day in the school, students can see the mangoes. So we decided to use that as a theme. It's quite a thematic curriculum. We integrate science subject or STEM subject together. So mathematics and mangoes, physics and mango, and so on. And finally, we encourage students to get a startup business proposal to reflect on their knowledge on these. The ideas behind this, we incorporate climate and sustainable culture within our curriculum as our core value, encourage students to solve problems for this kind of critical issues. And what we see is quite interesting results. Students like this, because according to research, it said rather than telling students fact, but use some gamification or other pedagogy to involve students so their behaviors can actually be changed rather than just knowing it. So, it's so lovely to have this curriculum. We also recently create first ever or from high school level certificate in climate and sustainable. We try to use this formal certificate to gain students' attention through giving them formal recognition from school level. So as you may aware, in China we have co-curriculum. We have to follow the textbook the government assigned to us, but we do check the syllabus. For example, chemistry, physics, biology, geography, they do mention about climate change. So we try to do some project-based learnings for that specific topic. So I was a mentor appointed by Beijing normal universities to collaborate with teachers all across China, which is about project-based learning. But I was so surprised. Many schools have conscious about the climate change, and they are doing project-based learnings in terms of climate education as well. So it's quite a lot of practice is going on in China.
Thank you. It's great that you're really making it relevant and linking it to lots of subjects. Kate, we were talking earlier about the interdisciplinary aspect of it. So how are you seeing that? Because a lot of it is from a STEM angle. Have you seen any best practices for interdisciplinary approach?
Yeah. So the first one that springs to mind there is I work for a research centre called the Centre for Climate Change and Sustainability Education, and they focus very much on providing support for teachers with free online modules. We recognise that a much greater change is needed, but the current situation for teachers is they need help now, given the curricular constraints that we have. So there's a number of modules there, and one of those brings together geography and history into a professional development module that's called Living Cities. So that's a really neat experiment. And I guess the point of those modules and for sort of talking about best practice is that it is about providing inspiration for activity rather than replication of activity. And I think that's super important when we're thinking about that any intervention has to be context and country specific and tailored to the students in the room. But two other things, or a couple of other things I wanted to mention when thinking about best practice. Firstly, is there the Teaching for Sustainable Futures professional development program that UCL has developed, which includes modules on English, geography, science, history, maths, music, across the curricula, so as a starting place for teachers. But it's also it is based on the idea that the teachers are the experts in the subject, and so providing them with just a little bit more to help them bring climate change and sustainability into their practice, and then the best practice comes. The other one is sort of picking up on Charles's point about that we need to go further. We need to go deeper as well. And here I've worked with the ideas of Vanessa Mercado de Oliveira, who some of you might know, who wrote Hospicing Modernity, and Joanna Macy and Molly Brown, who are from the deep ecology kind of field. And we've worked with some practices which move beyond interdisciplinarity to pick up Indigenous knowledges and Indigenous practices, and to bring up this idea of depth education. So things like bringing in an empty chair into a classroom to represent future generations, or have debates in your classroom where some students need to be the moss, or they need to be the birds who are also affected by this particular situation, or are future generations. And one of the most profound, I guess, educational experiences has been leading a meditation with secondary students on a human layers meditation, where you invite them to go back in time and imagine themselves 90 years in the past, and then you go forward in time to imagine themselves 90 years in the future. And then they see there's a photo of themselves on the table at this party, and it's about their legacy. And it really does, it's quite a powerful process with young people when they come in touch with this they have time and space to come in touch, to create a connection across generations. And there's some of the really special moments that you need to create space for in the classroom. So
thank you. I love that. Just the experiential nature and making the invisible visible in the classroom. Thank you. Hyunmok, any best practices that you've seen?
So many.
Yeah.
There are so many. But in South Korea, the government, the Ministry of Education, revised the national curriculum 2 years ago in 2022. So in this new curriculum, climate change is very strongly emphasized in many subjects. Not only science subjects, but also social studies, moral education, history, geography. So in those many subjects, climate change is mentioned, and it is emphasized, and throughout the whole education process, from primary, secondary, upper secondary, this climate change is systematically dealt with, and so this revised curriculum is very good in that regard. But still the question is how this curriculum is practiced in the classroom. Actually, that's the question. It depends on teachers' capacity. It depends on schools' policy. It depends on, so many variables. So the question remains how this new curriculum is practiced. So again, we need a lot of teacher capacity building efforts, and also the enabling environment from the school principals, policies, and communities, collaboration and partnerships. All the efforts are needed.
Thank you. If we can take a few questions from the floor. Olivia?
So Charles Fadels, the Center for Curriculum Redesign, works a lot with, on these topics and says there's a big problem as university requirements for recruitment are based on knowledge. Then it means that the baccalaureate, the Guabao, all these are based on knowledge and are not really integrating all the other dimensions of character building, resilience, metacognition, all the things which are needed and would be the very strong incentive for teachers to really transform their practice and not to be stuck with the curriculum so that the students learn all the overloaded things. So how could higher education and K-12 better collaborate in this transformation?
Thank you. So question around higher education. Landry, I'm just going to take 2 or 3 questions and then, Landry?
Just to take it to the concept of the Global South, I'm from Lagos, Nigeria, and we're experiencing a lot of climate change around rising sea levels, but also man-made issues around poor waste management and plastics. So we ran a pilot program in partnership with the Economist Educational Foundation using news and media as a way of bringing climate change into the classroom. We did a pilot program. However, we've not done anything as a country around curriculum or even teaching climate change in the classroom. So the question is, do you have any best practices around advocacy for government, all other partners, schools, principals to be able to ensure that climate change, the whole education and climate change intersection comes into the classroom, because we don't have anything at the moment, but we really need it.
Thank you. There was one more question here in the front. Does anyone else? Yes?
Thank you. Answering questions is very stressful. I have a question actually regarding to the Nigerian topic. I've heard the sentence that Africa can use fossil fuels because there is very hot and cannot be more hot. Actually, a few days later, when I heard that sentence, I moved for a month to the beautiful city of Ibadan in Nigeria, and then I realized that actually Africa is facing the climate change the most. Before that, I was not so much aware of this. And for me, that was the best lesson, just only to see that there are some places where are facing climate change so strong. And after that, for me, a lesson, I'm much more conscious about, everyday choice, about everyday decisions, about which may affect climate change. So my question is how we can give more light, because I think first we have to just to realize how the world really looks like, and then run some debates. How we can give more lights for people who are still not so aware of the situation in other continents or other
Thank you. Thank you. So the first question around higher education, who would like to take that? Yep.
Charles.
Yeah, Charles.
Yeah, sure. I've been volunteering. I think the thing with higher education, it's an ideal target for climate change, because a small portion of people graduate from higher education, yet they will be the vast majority of the decision makers, right? And at the heart of what we need to do is, we always say, well, the politicians aren't moving. We have to realize politicians move at the speed of the general public, right? Napoleon's great line of never being so far out in front of your troops that you're perceived as the enemy, right? So politicians won't move unless they feel they have the political support. They don't want to move and be voted out of office. Take the United States as the prime example on that. Now, the big thing that's happening within universities is ranking of whether you like ranking or not, etc. That has really shifted the more high-performing universities, and they become a lighthouse to other universities. They are really switching, changing, and trying to take on whole institutions' approach that moving beyond eco-efficiency and so on, and really doing it. So I think universities making the big shift will then come back, and it will influence secondary schools who are trying to shape their graduates for entrance into universities. And if universities make it very, very clear, it's not just the marks. You know, it's about who you are and who you're going to be.
Thank you. There's a question about, because we're short on time, I'm just going to direct the question. The second question was around toolkit for advocacy, specifically in Africa. Any reflections on that?
Yeah, I've got, I guess a thought there comes from my own research, and policy advocacy and policy influence has been a really central part of my work there. And what I've found is often that sometimes advocates from the environmental education, climate change education sector can be very much about pushing more so than making the relationships and the connections and looking for the agenda alignment between your ambition and other agendas that are going on at the same time. And what we're finding, what I've found through my research, is that those policy influencers who are more influential seem to be a little bit more sophisticated in some of their influencing strategies, certainly from, you know, researching at a national level. And then in the intergovernmental space, my research there has found that how crucial it is to bring together both experience and expertise, that it's not just a matter of turning up and having your voice heard, but it's really understanding the complexity, I guess, of the situation that you're going into. But I'd really be happy to talk a little bit further about some strategies that I've seen that have been more or less effective there.
Thanks, Kate.
Just briefly, you know, since the global citizenship education and also education for sustainable development are included in SDG 4, specifically SDG 4.7. This gives us great potential to persuade, to talk to the education policymakers, school principals, community leaders about the importance of ESD or climate change education. Since it is international community's agreed goals, Nigeria has a responsibility. Nigeria has to take leadership in this goal. The talking point gives us a very the great potential to start discussions with policymakers, and it really works from our experiences.
Thank you. The final question was around how do you really make it real and how do you get people to understand from a lived experience perspective? Yeah.
Can I add on this a little bit? So first, I think for kind of different stakeholders, for the public, our practice is we have privilege to host conference for youth or internal students and external students. We host a local youth environmental conference, which is granted by Stockholm Plus 15, and local conference of youth, which granted by Yango. We talk about climate change, so we include this kind of young stakeholders within our framework to know more about climate change. But also, again, I think teacher is really important medium to deliver this important concept for stakeholders. So we have like in-service teacher training. I mentor students from University of Bristol. Well, I let them design curricula. So one day when they become a teacher, they can use that to get influence. Also, in-service, we get continuing professional development event to show how to deliver climate education and to raise awareness effectively. So also, I think finally, and which is most important, because so many organizations around the world, they are doing amazing things. I would really like to take these opportunities to acknowledge was a training I received from Ambassadorial. They train us about climate, and we share the different views. That's one of examples to show how to people around the world engage and raise the awareness of climate change.
Thank you so much. So, just in terms of closing, the key themes that stood out were around collaboration, around building teacher capacity, around indigenous knowledge, and really giving students the opportunity to experience. We've just been given a 5-minute mark, so we're going to wrap up soon. So if each of the speakers can just leave the audience with closing remarks, just one word or one sentence, so we can wrap this up. Thank you.
Last week, I heard a wonderful line from a young person who was concerned about people just getting harder. And she said, as the climate warms, I hope people's hearts don't go colder. It moved me.
Thank you.
So I like hands-on things. So let's collaborate. So to make a joint effort in climate education.
Thank you.
I would like to sneakily respond to the higher education question and draw attention to MCI, which I've heard so much about while here. So while the international rankings for universities are very important, so are these examples of universities who are really embedding these ideas and trialling new practices. So we can also turn to them for inspiration.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Just one sentence. Teachers are great.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, everyone.
With that, this is a wrap of panel number 2. Thank you so much. Please do group up for a picture with a round of applause from you. Thank you so much. Now, we have the wonderful opportunity again to mix and mingle before we come back for the exciting panel number 3. We have a short networking and refreshment break again. Remember who you shook your hand with? Maybe you come back to that person, maybe you meet someone completely new. Be back here, please, punctually at 12:30. 12:30. Thank you. ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to our third panel. Do take your seats. Welcome, welcome. I hear conversations are still going on. People are exchanging still. I love the spirit that is in the room. It's buzzing. That is good. That is very good. So, for our third panel, dear ladies and gentlemen, please sit down. For our third panel, we will welcome them with an energizer that tunes us into this room again. It's a tricky one. This is the first group. The second group is this group. And the third group, do you hear me over there? Yes, the third group is that. I want the first group to start with one clap, the second group with 2 claps, and the third with 3 claps. Great, and we do that now so that we actually listen to each other and we do it in one go. So 1, 2, 3. Wow. And now, challenge accepted, we do it the other way around. They will start with 1, they do 2, you have the easiest job, and you do 3. Okay, let's go. Wonderful. Round of applause for you, you managed. Was not bad, was not bad. So it's all about listening to each other and collaborating with each other. Let's go to panel number 3. It is our panel on Beyond the Classroom, Community Engagement in Climate Education. Obviously, it's not only up to the schools and up to primary, secondary, tertiary, it's also up to community engagement and up to informal learning to do a lot for climate education. So let's look at what our panelists have to say about that. Let me invite to the stage Lilita Buti, weaver at Youth X Youth and co-founder of Afromation. Please, with a round of applause. Let's welcome with a round of applause Jack Davis, Senior Program Manager at the world's largest lesson. Let's also welcome Matthias Strolz, Impact Entrepreneur and Capacity Builder and author, to the stage. And to round up this panel, we also need Olivier Béchard, which practiced and failed. Olivier, Chief Operating Officer at the Learning Planet Institute.
You always need to fail and try again and fail and try again.
Our moderator for this session, Dominique Regester, comes from the Salzburg Global team. And thank you again to Salzburg Global for making all of this happen. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to panel 3. We're going to be talking about Beyond the Classroom, community engagement and climate education. To do a panel on community engagement and not involve the audience would be incredibly remiss. So we will have a discussion for about 30 minutes and we'll then open it up for questions from all of you and comments and discussions. We have 4 objectives for this panel. So we are going to be analyzing the impact of community-based initiatives in promoting climate education. We're going to be discussing the role of non-formal education settings in supplementing formal education efforts. We will be exploring partnerships between educational institutions, local communities, and environmental organizations to enhance climate literacy. And we will be addressing the importance of cultural relevance and inclusivity in climate education programs for diverse communities. So I'm going to introduce the panel in a second, and then they will all speak to one or more of those topics. And we're going to try and get a conversation going between the 5 of us. So the other panelists are very much invited to interject or comment on what each other are saying. And we'll do this for about 30 minutes and then open it up to you. So we are very lucky to have a fantastic panel for this. Matthias Strolz is an impact entrepreneur, a capacity builder, author, and founder of a political party here in Austria. Olivier Béchard is the Chief Operating Officer at the Learning Planet Institute, which is a remarkable organization based in Paris, involved in many, many different networks and exciting learning ecosystem type projects. Jack Davies is the Senior Program Manager at World's Largest Lesson, which produced superb resources supporting the teaching around the Sustainable Development Goals each year. And Lilita Bhuti is a weaver with an organization called Youth by Youth, a global network of youth activists focusing on education and climate. And she is also the co-founder of Afromation. Olivier and Lilita have been with us for the last 5 days as part of the program on the future of teaching. Jack is a Salzburg Fellow from last year from a program on civic and civil education. Matthias, we have to address this and get you as a fellow fairly quickly, please. But maybe we could start with you, if that's okay, and we'd love to get your thoughts on the 4 issues and maybe particularly around the partnership question with educational institutions and local communities.
Yeah, I would say we need to get out of the classroom because the climate issue is happening outside in the world. And I think that the classic educational system cannot fully deliver on the challenges we face. So I was, after I left Parliament, I was picked by the Minister of Education, different party from mine, which was quite generous from him to assist in the development of the new curricula. And I was very happy, enthusiastic. When I arrived, he said, okay, let's do it for the first time in 20 years, new curricula. But there is one limitation, no new subjects. Okay? I said, okay, holy shit. That would be the most important discussion. Okay? But still then we managed to introduce in a matrix logic environmental education. So we did our best, but that will not be good enough because science teaches us that, as far as we understand life on this planet Earth, we see the 6th wave of extinction, overall planetary history, and we see up to 150 species daily exiting. The question is, why shouldn't we be part of this big wave of exit as human species? I think we are kind of delivering a lot of reasons that we have good chances to be there, to be off. And the question is, what do we have to learn as a human species to have an evolutionary fit? Because evolution theory is not the strongest one survives. Otherwise, the dinosaur would sit here. They were stronger than us. So we have to deliver on the shifting dynamics of our environment as a species. Otherwise, we will be exited. So what do we have to learn? And there I want to knot my thread of thought to Mr. Hopkins, who says, and that's good to hear it from you because you are in charge of kind of reinventing education. Good to hear it from you because we are on the same page. We need to go deeper. We need to go on a more fundamental level. So if I look at where have we come from? So we in the West have come from René Descartes, ego cogito ergo sum. I think, therefore I am. And this was very powerful. This took us to the moon and will bring us to the Mars, probably. I'm the first generation central heating. I don't want to give back. Okay? But it also brought us into pathological versions of capitalism, into these wars. So if I see fellow human colleagues and beings from Africa here, they have a different approach that they could share with the rest of the world, the Pan-African approach of Ubuntu. They don't say, okay, I think, therefore I am. And they say, Ubuntu, I'm here because we are. I am because how we are. And if I look at Asian colleagues, there is Namaste. I bow to the divine spark within you. And in respecting it within you, I can also feel it inside me. So what does that have to do with climate change? If I feel this kind of connectedness, that we're also taught by by physics, modern physics, by deep ecology, by science. I cannot behave the way we behave. And this we cannot learn in the classroom with the current curricula. So we have to go outside. We have to immerse ourselves with the dynamics of our time in our neighborhoods on a global level. And that's my message. We have to go inside. So I'm very happy to learn that if we have to renegotiate this 17 Sustainable Development Goals, we need to understand that if we are not able to deliver more than 70% at that stage, 6 more years to go, we have to move inside, leading from inside. And some would say probably, to close this circle of thinking, oh, this is quite, what can I say, esoteric. You know, in Parliament, they sometimes called me tree hugger. So when I came up with a open mind, open heart, open will, they said, oh, you go for a tree hug. Then I said, no, that's Otto Scharmer, MIT. And then I said, oh, very, very, very intelligent. Okay? So I have to put it in English, not in German. Otherwise, they would chase me out of the room. So is it esoteric? No. Ubuntu, that was a take by Nelson Mandela, Desmond Tutu. So they kind of, they said, okay, reconciliation, not war. If they would have come from another perspective, there would have been war. Namaste would have been Mahatma Gandhi. And Churchill would have said, okay, what's going on with this small, little, brown, half-naked, barefooted man? He didn't understand, Churchill, and he understood a lot, but not that point. What was going on? He wanted freedom, and he got it. We will not shoot, he said. We will come from inside. He prepared with 76 people at Gandhi Ashram for 15 years. And then he went to the salt marsh and the final take. And it's about creative love. So maybe we can ponder upon this. We need more creative love. We cannot say that explicitly for not being somehow being put into a corner and say, you shut up, that's too esoteric.
So when you were working on the new curriculum, were you able to bring some of this thinking in and thinking about?
Not enough. I think that the 21st century skills, communication, critical thinking, also creativity, cooperation, also self-leadership, resilience, we come closer to it. And we were, beginning of this year, or in spring, we were in Bhutan for an educational conference. And I was there with Andreas Schleicher, OECD, PISA, Mr. PISA. And it's so great relief to learn that he is eager to promote well-being as the next dimension for rolling out it globally. There are a few nations who still resist. We know which one do resist, but we will see this first inner dimension to be rolled out. So we are all cognitive athletes. That's how we trained, but we need to ponder upon heart intelligence, intuition, and we can learn a lot from different cultures, also indigenous wisdom, and to see OECD and Andreas Schleicher, a very modest German natural scientist promoting well-being, that makes me happy, you know. And that's the next frontier. Let's go for it, okay?
A colleague of Olivier's has a lovely framing that of thinking about, how do we shift education so the goal is not to be the best in the world, but to be the best for the world.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, and we did the matrix and introduced this. So we used the kind of a Trojan horse into the subjects, 13 interdisciplinary spheres introducing into the subjects. Now it will be in the textbook, but still then you will not learn all the stuff in the textbook. You need to immerse yourself. We need to immerse ourselves and our kids and youngsters. Yeah.
Thank you, Matthias. So Olivier, you're involved in so many different initiatives, and the Learning Planet Alliance is very central to a lot of these different things that connect with our themes. So we'd love to hear a bit more about some of them.
Yes, I have the privilege of being in charge of cultivating an open alliance for the future of learning. It was co-founded with UNESCO in 2019. and there are many more alliances, and we make sure that we collaborate with all of these alliances also, because we see the momentum, the need for change, and so many networks and networks of networks, so making sure that we collaborate. The idea really is, how do we make sure to learn to take care of oneself, others, and the planet, all of them together, because you start from there, so from the inner to the planet. I'm giving a few elements that we feel are absolutely essential. It is a very international network, because the problems, the challenges we are facing needs to be addressed locally, and then regionally, and at the city level, and at the state level, but they need to be addressed internationally. It is intergenerational. We, from the very beginning, 20 years ago, do everything, every curriculum, every activity, co-designed with the young generation. And this is really, so the Pact for the Future is great, because it really puts this, co-constructing the futures with youth is central. So this is something we're doing across the whole network. It is interdisciplinary. We used to be, I can switch to French, le Centre de Recherche Interdisciplinaire, with a French NGO and research center and teaching educators lab, really. Interconnected, and I will speak about one example in Bangladesh, and interdependent. And if I do a quick conclusion, I will talk about Bruno Latour and interdependency and the planetary boundaries, which change the paradigm. But I would like to start with one concrete example and build from there. Concrete example is a lady called Runa Khan from Bangladesh. She created an NGO called Friendship 20 years ago, and she went in the worst parts of Bangladesh, the Chars in the north, which has been completely flooded so people live there in extreme poverty. But at some point during the year, they don't even have ground. You know, they grow rice and corn, but suddenly they are flooded. So how do you address this type of issues? And it's the best resilience, holistic approach I've seen, with hospitals on boats, with schools that can be dismantled and rebuilt, with training the community and the life of the community to be aware of transforming their habitat and building on and being able to survive during some times, about also fighting this climate change in the north, but in the south of the country, and rebuilding the mangrove in a very meaningful way, but also working in the Rohingya camp. I mean, more than 1 million refugees in the same space, the biggest. So in these remote parts of Bangladesh, she managed to do holistic approach, fighting extreme poverty, fighting children marriage, fighting so many different subjects, but also building an education system with very little connectivity, or sometimes no connectivity, sometimes without teacher, which has the best result in the country. So when we look at this, we say, okay, if you want to do climate change and climate change education, probably it's by looking at where the most adverse circumstances are today, and the solutions that are there that we can learn from. So we've then created a network. So we are doing summer schools based on what we can learn from the teachers in this community. The teachers are these people in Bangladesh and the NGO, really teaching us how to find incredible solutions for resiliency. The education system is based on the curriculum, but also 12 other dimensions: hope, dignity, humility, compassion. And by teaching these values to the children in these remote places, giving them a confidence, they are more successful than in any other part of the country where this loving dimension is not being taught. So what we started doing is a network of learning ecosystems in some of the most adverse circumstances, whether because of conflict, climate change, situation of refugees, and in Latin America, in Africa, in South Asia. And the idea now is, so many good innovations are happening in pockets of isolation. How do we create the circumstances, the hubs, that will allow these different players to learn from each other? And then, so it's regionally, south-south, south-north, for us to build our curricula on climate change based on these real-world case studies, but allying university with these people, because we can do frameworks, we can do interesting things. How do we add the AI dimension to help map the needs and the resources? And this is an incredible tool. We talk about Ikigai, finding your purpose, but the Wikigai, the purpose of a school, of a university, of a community, is good. And can we move to, sorry for playing on the words, but to Wikigaya? How do we build together this planet and identify where are the needs and the resources? I'm almost done for this first thing, but
I think it's very important. We build from the ground and we work with Andreas Schleicher, we work with UNESCO, with UNU, with all the institutions at every level. We call this a middle ground, and we try to demonstrate that together, with this high level of collaboration, we have more impact than if we do things separately. And this takes me maybe to my last comment for this time. Oh yeah, no, you wanted examples. There are many other examples. Spaces, there's the Climate Academy in Paris. There should be more climate academy, which are open spaces to come and learn. There are youth-led initiatives across the world, but I will let it to you, because Youth by Youth and many others are doing incredible things, but I think these are game changers. Citizen science programs can be absolutely fantastic in transforming and protecting biodiversity, and I would invite events, gatherings like this one, but we also do a festival on 24th of January with 650 events, 450 partner organizations celebrating climate education. So the last word, because we are at this center, Ban Ki-moon Center for Global Citizens, all our thinking for years in empowering young people is we need to reimagine what is the citizenship dimension. So we looked at Greece, and the city in Greece was good. There's some democracy for rich male in arms with city walls protecting from the strangers and from nature. Then, in the 18th century, with the Enlightenment, this has been broadened a little bit, but not yet for the women, not yet for migrants, not yet for slaves, not for the children. And we're thinking, so this was quite exclusive, so we are talking of the idea, we are in the Learning Planet Alliance. What are learning planetizens? If you are a planetizen, whether you're a child when you are born, whether you are a refugee without status, or whether you are another species, you are a planetizen. And even though we don't believe that we're going to make this happen, even working with the UN, in the way you think about how do you structure learning, organization, working together, the concept of planetizens and children being already voters in a way is quite helpful. I stop with this one.
Fantastic. Thank you, Olivier. Jack, if it's okay, we're going to pass by you on this round
yeah.
and go to Lolita. One of the themes that I think is coming through from what Matthias and Olivier talked about is the importance at this point of time of global learning and global knowledge. Lolita, one of the things that you've been amazing at this week and in the time that we've been able to work together is that weaving and connecting and the importance of cultural context and developing more inclusive language that help more people come in to these learning spaces. So we'd love to get your thoughts on some of the work that you're involved in South Africa and globally, please.
Yeah, thank you, and hello to everyone. Thank you for having me on this panel. It's my first time doing something like this, so I am quite nervous, but it's, an honor to be here, so thank you. I have a lot of thoughts in my head, and something I keep coming back to throughout the previous panels as well is climate change is something that is affecting all of us, but it is not affecting all of us in the same way. In fact, it's affecting us very disproportionately, and it's revealing a deeply unequal and deeply problematic system. And I think we often forget when speaking about climate change about the historical reasons we're at this point. And I think we cannot talk about climate change without speaking about historical injustice and the fact that we're at this point of deep ecological crisis and human-to-human disconnection and human-to-nature disconnection because of the colonial legacies and the colonial systems that were enforced as the dominant way of ordering the world. So I just want to take a moment to acknowledge that we're speaking in a very privileged context, in a room where the representation is mostly from the north, and this is problematic. We talk about global coming together, global interventions, but we're not global. Where it's a predominantly north perspective, and I think exactly that
is a problem. That's why I'm grateful to be in this panel, and I feel a responsibility to represent the people, my people, the people from the South, because, you know, values of community have always been a part of how we relate. And Matthias, you were mentioning Ubuntu. There's a saying, which means a person is a person because of others, because of other people. And I feel like in this kind of neo-colonial capitalist order, there's no appreciation of these kind of values of community. And so we're fighting very, very big, old systems. And it can often feel exhausting. I think also as a young person, we've inherited these insanely complex, frustrating systems that we didn't choose to be a part of. And now we have to deal with it. And I think it was also acknowledged in the previous sessions, you know, the failures. And I think there's a big responsibility from the North to repair and to be active in their reparations and exchanges, supporting global South projects. And I think I see examples of this. That's why I'm saying kind of community is embedded in our way of being. We see ourselves as relational beings. We are part of a web, an intricate web of life that is valued, that is respected. And if every being were to kind of be honored and to be valued, we would have a very different kind of system if we wouldn't have had this erasure, this violent removal of peoples, and this continues today. So I think in connection to like my work and my interests is really about healing and coming together as people who have, as someone who has been oppressed by a system but who is also privileged from it. I feel a responsibility to carry those with me who cannot be here, who are facing the harms and the burdens of a very capitalist kind of order of the world. So Youth by Youth, for example, is an organization that connects young people who are doing incredible activist work in the education sector, but it's so much more than just bringing young people from the world together. It really is a space, a community where we can find affirmation, where we can connect and get our energy again, because it is exhausting as well. It is really exhausting. And I think I really call on, and it's often said, we need to involve young people. We need to involve the people who are vulnerable, where are they? Yeah. You know, how do we? So I think with inclusivity, it's often kind of like a performative way of doing it, and I think it's about really subverting the power structures and bringing more voices into the conversation and listening, and really listening with an intent to respect the person and their whole stories that we also all carry within us. Yeah. So yeah, I remember when we started, I was like going to talk about something else, but it's just I really felt quite strongly to highlight the kind of injustices that are part of these systems when we're talking about climate, education, and the more underlying root causes. And I think there's incredible projects happening. Affirmation, youth are doing a lot of things, and communities from the global south are doing we know how to do this work, you know, and I think it's giving us the space to do that, and to also be willing to learn. Yeah, so this kind of bridging between the two. Yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
We will all be able to say that we were in the room when you made your panel debut. I think the historical context is so important, and thank you for forefronting all of that, because the situation that we are in today is a consequence of decisions that were taken by people at different periods of history. And the focus that you placed on voice and the importance of listening and bringing more voices in to these conversations was also really vital. Jack, World's Largest Lesson has done some amazing work around youth voice. And I think, was it the largest global youth survey of ideas about climate action? So it would be brilliant to hear a bit more about your work.
Yeah.
And then we're going to go for the Q&A after Jack's comments. So if you have questions, now is the time to refine them and marshal them. But Jack.
Thank you. Yeah, so I think throughout the day, my brain's been filling up with what everyone's said. It's a nice feeling, but it's also kind of a stressful feeling, like an amazing stressful feeling of like so many good points and ideas. So I thought what would be helpful is to share some concrete examples of solutions and things which are being done, because I think the cases have been made so strongly throughout today. And one of them was the survey, so thank you for setting that up. So yeah, the World's Largest Lesson, we're a small organisation based in London, and we work with educators all over the world, thousands of teachers, non-formal educators, and since 2015 they've reached millions and millions of students. And it's part of an organisation called Project Everyone, which is a UN global advocacy partner. And the first thing Project Everyone did was take the hard work of the SDGs, which was a report, and design the colours and the icons, and make it something accessible. And so the World's Largest Lesson is trying to make sustainability learning accessible around the world. But the reason I mentioned Project Everyone is because I'm an educator, but also a campaigner. So I wanted to just start with something a bit provocative, kind of based off what you said. So this came up over dinner yesterday. I think maybe we and the world is under a bit of a spell, and the spell is that we know that there are crises happening, multiple crises happening right now, and they're going to get worse and worse. And yet at the same time, it doesn't feel like that. And I think events like these are great because they enable us to break out of the spell a little bit and refocus on the reality. BP, the oil company from Britain, where I'm from, I'm not so proud. So there's some research years and decades ago that showed how impactful fossil fuels would be on the climate and the environment. So fossil fuel companies have known since, I think, the 50s, 60s. The term carbon footprint was invented by scientists, but then it was taken by BP's PR company and shared with the world as a way of helping people understand that the climate crisis isn't BP's fault, it's our fault. It's our fault because of our own carbon footprint. So don't worry about BP, worry about recycling, switching the lights off, the small individual actions. Don't think about the system, think about your own guilt. Oh my God, I didn't use my recyclable bag. This is all my fault. So the reason I'm saying that is because we've done some research into non-formal education programs which found the vast majority. We've covered individual action very well, but we haven't covered collective and political action so well globally. And so these are a couple of examples of programs and initiatives that are trying to give the agency to teachers or to young people to take more systemic structural action. And I'll do them as bullet points, and then if people want to know more, then please come and find me after, because there's never enough time. So the first is the survey. So we kind of prototyped it with a survey globally of students, and we just asked them, how do you think the future of education should change? And they gave amazing responses. They gave the same responses that the compiled global academia have given. So really, we should have just gone straight to the students, because they told us it should be transversal, and it should be future-focused, and it should be skills-based, and etc. We've now created a pulse for climate education for countries to use, so that governments can listen to what students think about their climate education to create a feedback loop. And the first country we've trialed it in is in the UAE, because they hosted the COP, so they wanted to instate climate education and know that it's working. So we've created it in partnership with the UAE, but it's a tool that any country could use. So just ask the students what they think, create a feedback loop. It's kind of simple, but it gives so much agency to students to share how they feel about education. That's one. The second, which links to that, you already heard about the example from Finland. So Finland, where they create their curriculum collectively, they ask everyone involved, from the communities to the policymakers, to the head teachers, to the caretakers. They create a curriculum, it's long term, and then they give teachers agency on how to bring that curriculum to life. It's been done, again, it's possible, because it's literally happening. Again, it's a solution that could be done now. An example from non-formal is the Scouts. So I've been working on a program with the Scouts for design thinking for communities. So the Scouts have done nearly 3 billion hours of volunteering towards the SDGs. Yeah, 3 billion hours. And this challenge is about helping them design what that volunteering looks like. So don't just go straight to the park and pick up the rubbish, or help people cross the road, but think about how you could change your community for the better, for the environment, or for people, or for both. And that is that will launch this year in 12 countries, and then hopefully it will spread. And again, Scouts are people that are doing this already. So Scouts in schools, I think, is a really interesting combination. Scouts are covering so much of the things that schools don't quite have capacity for. And then something that's coming up more so I guess those are sort of policy ideas for the policymakers and the policy influencers in the room. Something for the teachers and the educators is next year we're looking at launching a campaign which in some ways was born from Salzburg Global Seminar last year, and it's all about hope. Because if you don't have hope, and you can't imagine a future that you are hopeful for, why would you care about your climate education or sustainability? So we've been working on some really simple resources and activities for how you can ask children how they feel about the future and help them imagine a future that they want to see. And it's really simple, and it's really fun. It's light, it's engaging, but it's also the foundation. So that's something coming up next year, which hopefully will be useful to teachers and practitioners all over the world. The final one, just to step back, I think education is incredibly, incredibly important, but there's one thing which is more urgent in order to tackle the crises, and that is the way that we do politics, because more and more people are becoming disengaged from politics. They're voting for the protest candidates. We're losing trust. The trust scale in politicians is going down and down, and young people are at the bottom of that. An amazing solution, which is being shown all over the world in pockets, is around deliberative democracy and participatory models. So basically invite normal people into a room to discuss what they think should be done for politics. So if you don't fix politics, none of the rest of it will be fixed.
Having a former politician on the panel?
Yes.
To get your thoughts. And then we'll go for Q&A.
Yeah, well, Yeah, that's a problem. There's no easy solution, but it's about participation, about listening. And me, as a former politician, I realized that I love to talk a lot. Yeah? So I can feel you, all the three of you, and I feel you, Lilita. So I'm also invited to give 10 minutes last remarks, a closing ceremony. So I would love to share there. The first 5 minutes are yours, if you are okay with this, Lilita, for the end of the whole conference. And I will follow you. Yeah. Is that okay? It's a great first time we witnessed, so it's your second time, and if you don't feel okay, you suggest any other fellow youngster as you want, okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Matthias. Yeah, sure, and then we'll try and take a couple of questions.
Link some of the conversation I've had about the French philosophers, about all the harm that's been done for so long, and about the needs for politics. So recently I was in conversation with a network called AIM. C'est comme Amour, AIM, but it is Australian Indigenous Mentoring Experience. They are now in 52 countries, and they work with imagination, hope, death, failure, many different dimensions which are radically different. And their approach is very interesting. And we were discussing Bruno Latour, who is a contemporary French philosopher, died recently. And just as a provocation, he said, you know, in France, in the 18th century, there's a new class which has emerged to told aristocracy, your values, your worldview, all you've been doing is outdated, and we are replacing you with human rights and many other things. Unfortunately, after a few hundred years, the extractive economy, colonialism, all these things were also going together with this new version. And what he's saying is, as a dramatization, in fact, we are seeing a new eco-class and saying, okay, there are other values. Yours are outdated. We are going to replace you. And this eco-class is to be found everywhere in the world, across many different types of community. And I'm not saying it's really happening, but in a way, by weaving and meeting and having these views, there's probably a real political news story, some type of revolution, and a very strong resistance. I think we mentioned Trump earlier on, which is fighting back really bad against this emergence of a revolution, which hopefully is more an evolution and a radical evolution than a revolution taking us back to the same place. But I wanted to share this political perspective based on philosophy and sociology, which I find quite stimulating.
Yeah, thank you. Monica, before you get alarmed about timing, Philip had kindly given us permission to go to 20 past because we started slightly late. Thank you. So let's take a couple of questions from the audience. It is about community engagement. Yeah, Beck, start with you.
Okay, thanks. So, yeah, I have a question for Jack. Concerning the topic of individual versus societal change, I have a question which is, how do you push for structural systemic change through a curriculum change or education change, or your actions mentioned? In other words, are there any concrete methods in teaching techniques to make that people act on societal level?
Oof, that's quite a hard question. There's a really amazing resource called the Sustainability Compass. If you search for that, it comes up with some other things. And they're just systems thinking resources. And they're used by policymakers and used by like kids as young as 6. And it basically just helps you go from a problem to the causation so much more deeply. It's super simple. Sustainability Compass. I don't know if others have thoughts to add.
Let's get it. There's at least one more question coming, so.
Yeah.
Since your work is not coming from a strictly bureaucratic and institutionalized perspective, but rather from more collaborative and more open up to other networks and other participants, what I wanted to ask is that, so when you're doing your research and when you're spreading your knowledge and the outcomes that you come across, how does that change, shape, and evolve according to the specific circumstances and the contexts? And what are the reflections after you come across them, and how do you once again reevaluate your work depending on those?
Yeah, great question. Shall I go in? And then maybe I'll pass to you, because I think you have a good perspective on this. So what we do is we make things and then we give them to educators, and they do all of the work. And we try to give them, we try to empower them, but we don't know. They know. And so I think there's an interesting connection with your work around making climate education relevant to communities.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. So I'm the co-founder of a project called Affirmation, and basically we use, we create a platform for young people from diverse backgrounds in Cape Town, where I'm based in South Africa, to speak to each other, to tell their stories, to create a sense of community. And our most recent activation was all about climate change and how young people are thinking and feeling about it. And I think actually going down to a small scale, to a small level, and actually bringing people together in a room has a lot of power, because I think it's kind of in these connections that we make that we then are able to learn from each other. Firstly, I think the kind of climate education, it often happens in spaces that are still inaccessible to a lot of people, be it's in a formal educational structure, or it's in university, which not everybody can access. And so I think especially bringing it down to the ground, to using language that people can easily understand as well, is really powerful. And I think also taking a creative approach. So we had an art table where people could make art together and reflect like how they're feeling about climate change, and in that way also start to learn more, and a curiosity is sparked. And also there's a lot of wisdom people have in them, in their experiences. So I think, kind of small-scale interventions that build a sense of community on a local scale that form part of a larger global movement. And that's happening in many, many different ways in different projects. So also supporting, looking what's in your community, what's in your neighborhood, what's happening, and getting involved as well. Yeah.
It's the aggregation of individual actions that build community that lead to the aggregation of community action that can drive change. We are at time, very unfortunately, so would you please join me in thanking this amazing panel for sharing their thoughts.
Stay, dear Dominic. We want a picture of all of you on the stage still. This panel needs to be documented as well. Let's have a picture of the amazing speakers. And we'll probably see one or the other once more for the closing. Lovely. Round of applause once more. Thank you. All right, thank you very much. We come to the final part of our overall engagement. And I know many of you will already be hungry, but what you're gonna see next is actually really special. We already got sneak peeks. Imagine that you are entrusted to draw everything that you have heard on a sheet of paper or on a computer. This is what Sophie Wehmeyer has done over the past hours. She tirelessly drew all of the fantastic statements. And Sophie, can I ask you to join me to show us your amazing artwork that is sort of already summarizing this conference? Over to you.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay. Well, big hello to everyone. I'm glad to be here today on such a special subject and with special people. And thank you. 1 second. So that you can see my screens. Well, you might be wondering why am I here today to join you for this event. I'm a graphic recorder. I basically put down on paper what I hear and put it in form from drawing or writing and color. And I very much enjoy this because for me education is a very important subject because I had terrible learning difficulties when I was a little young girl or whatever, right up to now actually. So I started by drawing everything and writing everything down on one piece of paper so that I could remember everything. So basically what I've done today for you is a few sheets of remembrance pieces of paper, and basically I do it in form of just listening to the most important things that I can hear out of what is being said. And yeah, let's see if we can actually see it. Not yet. Let me wait 1 second. Maybe it's this here. Sorry, 1 moment. That's technology. I'm sorry. Maybe I'll start with not showing it to you and just maybe telling you what I kind of had out of this whole day. Mm-hmm. We'll figure this out. Okay, so maybe I should go and sit down again.
Then maybe, dear Sophie, until the technology is figured out, maybe we already go to the next program point. I'm wondering. I give it 1 more minute. If we figure it out right now, does it work? If not, then we would go to our rapporteurs in between until the technical team has figured it out. So, dear Sophie, we will come back later to you. Or does it work? It works now? No, then. Okay, Sophie back.
Right. So let's start. Basically, I tried to get all the panels together on separate sheets so that we've got all the short, like a short overview. So let's try this here now. Can you hear me? What do I have to do now? Okay. So as you can see, there'll be images that always repeat because I kind of hear the same subject on, like for example here there was a lot of love going on now in this talk and intuition and kind of collaboration and talking to each other. If we flick to the other pages, you can see. I actually promised myself not to say 1,000 times, but I don't think I can manage it. So please excuse me. For example, panel 2, I tried to make little pictures where you can just remember, it said the drop in the pond, which makes ripples, like has effects on the world. You can kind of try and do the loving tree, which is a kind of symbol for love for nature. Right, let's carry on. Just a quick overview, and then I think you'll be getting these sheets of paper. I very much like this talk, that it's me. We can start with me. Also saying how you can help each other's, the little passport for global or compassion, how important compassion is. We had 1 sheet. I'm sorry. This was the one that we just had. Is this very boring? I'm sorry. All about the teachers. I quite like a symbol of like the watering can, which just feeds you with information. So it's loads of little kind of, I call it in German Spickzettel, and I don't know how you say it in English, like Post-its, so that when you come back, or when you go back home, you come back home and you see this piece of paper and you're like, oh yes, it was this story, and oh yes, this was what they were talking about, and then you can use the sheet and just work with it, and it might inspire you to lots of different things. Right, another show you the last sheet. That was the beginning one. I will have to do this a little bit better, but it was a lot of information. Often you can't manage it all at once, but somehow you find a way. There's always a way for something. And the easiest is step by step. Again, we had the subject of I will start myself. I really like the fact that people should start with themselves. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's it for now, if you have any questions.
Imagine how much creativity has been going on while all of us were talking. Thank you, Sophie, so much. We actually had people that were very carefully listening to whatever was going on during the panels. Don't want to call them spies, I will call them rapporteurs. They have been taking notes, meticulous notes, and will give us a wrap-up of what they heard. Because it's always good to experience it, to listen to it, but then to sort of be recollected about what we actually have done. So, allow me to welcome, to be the first rapporteur of our panels, Susanne Lohner from the Alpen-Adria University Klagenfurt, who are with us here today, to come to the lectern and wrap up. You want me to announce all of you? Okay, all of you, wonderful. So Susanne Lohner will be the first. The second will be Brigitte Mohai, and the third will be Danielle Rappaport. Lovely.
So, we try to finish for you as well after the forum an outcome paper, and we'll additionally be writing some text to Sophie's nice pictures. Yeah, thank you very much for the invitation. I was very carefully listening at the first panel. That was the title, if you don't remember, Empowering Educators for Effective Climate Education. And there were some words and some phrases that popped up more than others. So what I try to summarize is that what I heard the most, which was, I heard a lot of times, this combination of attitude, skills, and knowledge. Like, this is what we need. I say we because I'm primary school teacher and early years, so kindergarten teacher as well. And I still work in that field, and I work at the college to teach future kindergarten teachers, and I do my master in global citizenship education, and I try to combine everything with each other and get inspiration from the one and the other, and that happens through collaboration. And collaboration was something that I heard from all the speakers as well, that this is such an important thing, that we come together and we collaborate and we exchange what we know and we exchange ideas and we get inspired. And I was already making the notes in the very beginning in the open speech of Ban Ki-moon, where he was talking about how he was inspired by John F. Kennedy's speech to the students. So I think we all need somebody who inspires us, so we can take this inspiration, go to the field and inspire all the others that we work with. I just want to make a little note on each part, on attitude, skills, and knowledge. About the attitude, I heard it's important that we see ourselves as lifelong learners. I know that I don't know should be possible. And it's important that we know, and we have the attitude towards it, we are not superheroes. Even maybe in the eyes of the kids we are, but we don't save the world just by ourselves. And to be open, especially to the ideas for the future. And I think that there we can learn a lot from the children and the young people that we are working with. About the skills, I heard that it's needed that we do more facilitating, that we don't just teach or pass on information, but that we help learners how to go their own path and to work out new competences and how to use them. And I think one of the very important skills as well is to make visible what we are already doing. And about the knowledge, the knowledge, we should create room for learning rooms. I think that I heard as well a couple of times that it's so important that we create a room where we can collaborate with each other, a room where we can exchange, because throughout our work as teachers in whichever field, educational field, but as well as trainers or as youth workers, we all know there is too little time for that. So I want to thank you for the talks that we had, for the people who sat there in the panels and shared their expertise, because I take a lot of inspiration with me, and I hope that I can take it back home and inspire some of my colleagues and my children. Thank you.
It's really nice to see everybody's faces from this side, because we've been looking at the backs of your heads, or at least I have, for the whole day. Thank you. I hope I can read my notes, because I was scribbling so frantically and writing the entire time. My brain is about ready to burst, because so many great things have been said. I will try and pack it down into something very small. I heard in panel 2, we need to adapt and integrate. We need to learn from each other in order to bring about systemic change, and also to keep asking ourselves this question: what is the core of quality education, and what is it for? You know, why are we doing this? Why is it important? And to see this quality education as meaningful, and that it's an instrument for social growth and social change, and that we need to keep reorienting ourselves, looking at things like youth activism, human action, and the importance of supporting people who are doing these things. I'm blown away by some of the stuff that people are doing, and I think, how do people come up with all these amazing ideas? And the fact that they're doing it, like Birgit said, it's so great to recognize what people are already doing and know that there is stuff being done. But having a framework that contains empathy and compassion seems to be incredibly important. And I see it as an overarching view of valuing the dignity of all life, valuing the diversity of all views, and learning to integrate that more and more. So it's almost like this crossroads that we're at is a point of departure. It's a renaissance, a chance for rebirth. And that we need to raise our sights and question our culture as a whole. To think bigger, to think deeper, and to think more fundamentally, and to move away from just telling facts and stuffing kids' heads full of things they don't really want to learn, to actually helping to support them in becoming these people of the future who we're really relying upon at the moment, and I'm really sorry for that. But that there'll be these amazing people with these amazing capabilities that we probably are just beginning to imagine right now. And trusting them, trusting their knowledge, their intrinsic knowledge and their curiosity and their desire to do and make things happen. And that we can build on our knowledge and our capacity through lifelong learning and collaboration and partnerships and through dialogue. And that this time for transformation is a chance for us to accompany these decision makers of the future so that we and they can be lighthouses to inspire others, and that they can continue to use, and we can continue to use our expertise and experience to inspire and motivate each other. Thank you.
I hope I can follow up to my colleagues, because I didn't have a break to prepare after panel 3. But I really want to express my gratitude to be here, and because in my daily life I'm trying to support teachers and people in global citizenship education on the national level in Austria, but I usually don't have the possibility to get like the resonance of a group like this. A group of change makers, of people who really have maybe more options to get a big handprint than others. And I think it's really inspiring, especially from the last panel. We started with compassion, like the key word Ban Ki-moon left us, and heard a lot of love and connectedness. And I really want to start with a person is a person because of others, which I think is really the perfect quote to express the connectedness we need in education to get educated, but also as aim and purpose of education, and the connectedness obviously with nature, with the planet, etc. Because I mean we are talking about education and climate today, and I think we also heard clearly that. We will need the non-formal part of education strongly to support this purpose of education, because it's kind of really hard to get it quickly in the curriculum and in the formal part. So we really need to these different stakeholders to work together. Yeah, I also really like the learning planetarians as a purpose of education and of our multi-stakeholder work. And also what Olivier proposed, that the kind of the image of inclusivity and democracy from the Greek till now, and that the planetarians include children. And Lilita really made very clear that we have to give a lot of space to the people who are not on the panels as well. And we already heard as important keyword, listening, and listening deeply and with respect to all the stories. And yeah, about also the idea of depth education that we heard in the second panel, I think that we'll really need to support from the non-formal places of education to support. And the second topic that like really resonates in me from the third panel would be the question of participation in not only in education, talking about, like I heard, citizen science, or also the survey Jack presented us. I think this is really key, like asking people what they are interested in, what they need, how they imagine the future. And I think sometimes it's like really simple things, but we don't do them. And we heard in the second panel as well that teachers, but I would say not only teachers, are not that experts in going really deep in dialogue and in really, resonating what you have heard and going deep in it. And obviously, for all this, we need the spaces, the occasions. We heard a lot of networking, of hubs, of summer schools, of use-by-use occasions, and that we need these spaces not only to get inspired and learn from each other, but also to get the energy to keep on working. Well, I would give the floor to the next one. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Alpen Adria, Universität Klagenfurt, with your summary. We are eagerly awaiting the paper that you will produce as well on all of the findings of this super interesting morning that we had. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a closing ceremony still prepared for you. And I know Matthias Strolz offered also the youngster in the last panel, Lalita to speak, and I think that it will still be you, Matthias, who is taking the lead on it. But Matthias, over to you. Afterwards, we will still hear from Cornelius Obonia, which is a great honor to have Herrn Kammerschauspieler Cornelius Obonia amongst us. He will have the almost final word before we go to lunch. But Matthias, the floor is again yours for your closing remarks.
Well, thank you, Monica. Yeah, well, I had a brief discussion with Lilita, and she said, no, that's too short-term to step in. So we decided we will even multiply. It's about listening, participation, so I have 10 minutes, and I would give 5 minutes to all of you, and then invite 3 young voices to share here in the overall room. Turn to your neighbor, and it's a quick take. Within 60 seconds each, so 120 seconds, tell your neighbor, this is my biggest highlight in terms of inspiration, my takeaway that leads me into action. And then we will pick 3 young voices who volunteer to share their personal highlight. So what's your personal highlight from this conference day? If it's okay for you. Okay, thank you very much. So, may I invite 3 young voices to share with us their most prominent insight, highlight. Yeah, thank you. Just give us your name and background as well, and 2 or 3 sentences.
Hello everyone, my name is Vojislav Gluščević, and currently I'm a student of political sciences on Erasmus Plus program here in Salzburg. I'm coming from Montenegro, and I took the main notes and most important notes from all of the 3 panels that I want to mention. From the first panel, I want to mention the student voice, because I think that is the most important part in the education system, because we need to hear what students actually want from that side. And I want to mention the bottom-top approach, as I'm thinking that's so important also. From the second panel, the main thing that I found is we need to learn from each other. We need to try to find the way how to share the ideas with each other, and what we also mentioned, because I'm so appreciative, because from all around the world we heard some voice from Nigeria for good examples that actually they have, and I think we need to try to adapt to all of the systems, the good values, the good examples to all of the systems, Europe, Asia, all around the world. And for the motivate each other, I think this is so important exactly for the students. And from the third panel, I found the most interesting is a non-formal education, as the Jax was mentioned, as a scout, because I was part of the scouts and I'm still part of the scouts in my country. And as a non-formal, I think that is so important, exactly in a young ages, for example, in primary school or secondary school. I think that's one of the best ways how we can try to make sense of the climate changes of the global world exactly in that ages. And for my listening and understanding deeply, I think also it's obviously most important. And for the last point, I want to thank all of the panelists, for the organizers, for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Anyone else? Young voice, my personal highlight, takeaway.
Hello, everybody. My name is Veronica. I'm from Italy. I'm studying European Master in Health Economics and Management at the University of Innsbruck right now. And MCI, the Managerial Center of Innsbruck. Sorry. Thank you, Sigrid. Thank you, everybody, for bringing us here. I guess that like a general takeaway of this day is the fact that climate change is something very real that especially us younger people feel like we grew up with climate change and we basically made it ours in a sense. So I feel like the perspective as a young person towards climate change is a lot more real than the adult's perspective. Don't take it in the wrong way. It's just adults see the problem, but we are in the problem. So it will be like our life in the future. So I definitely saw the perspective of like younger people feeling more attached and more, I guess, worried about it than adults who feel like it's a problem, but it's like external from them, if that makes sense.
Thank you very much. So you can actually feel the problem, not just cognitively realize it. I think that's an important step towards solution. Last young voice, maybe from Africa. I would invite, yeah, great. Your personal highlight, takeaway, what leads you into action?
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity. So my name is Benedicta. I'm originally Nigerian, but I'm from the MCI. So I was a student and now a staff. And it's a very special event for me because actually the Ban Ki-moon scholarship made me know about Innsbruck or the MCI in the first place. Yeah. So I moved here. Thank you. So I guess you already know that creates a bias already, so my key take-home message would be a huge part from what His Excellency Ban Ki-moon said, and also from listening to other panelists. And it's about combining the passion that we have with compassion. Because it's one thing to say, yes, I'm fighting for hunger. I'm a very passionate person. I'm fighting for hunger or for teenage pregnancy, you know, but it's another thing to add compassion to it. And for me, I'm interpreting compassion to be like empathy, putting yourself in the shoes of others. I have been hungry. I may not have gone hungry for several days without food, but I know how terrible I feel when, like, I'm hungry right now. I know how I feel. And knowing that people can go like that for days, it's touching. And then it's good that one of the, I don't remember which of the panelists, who spoke about the fact that, well, maybe, for example, like the war in Ukraine right now, everyone is talking about Ukraine and everything that is going on, but maybe a few months down the line or 3 years, 5 years down the line, do we forget that it's time for us to begin to support the world? I think that's the whole essence of being global citizens, not just in the moments where the problem is there, but even where it feels like we should forget. We should keep contributing and supporting to create solutions as if it were our own problems. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So let me add 3 minutes, 4 minutes for concluding on what we have heard, what we have seen. So I heard when you talk about education, in the core of education there are teachers and learners. So I heard from Mr. Lim Hin Mok, teachers are great. I would highlight this. I once wrote a book about school and education, and I dedicated it to teachers, the most important profession in our republic. When I handed it over to teachers, they asked me, "Oh, do you want to take the piss out of me? Is that just printed for me, and you want to play a trick on me?" I said, "No, that's..." If you say our kids and youngsters are the biggest we have, well, they are at the hairdressers once a month, but they are in school every day for half the day. So it must be our most important profession, and we should treat them the way. We can learn a lot from Finland. We heard about this. We heard about formal education, informal education. We need to grow inside, I think. So growing inside, impacting outside, and I think that's important. And there we can learn a lot also from Ban Ki-moon and his mission. I learned from you, Monica, that he has in his office a poster saying, "Be like water." And I think that's a call to action for all of us, especially the youngsters among us, because yes, it's your world, and it's you have to immerse with the problems of your time. And while we are still also in charge, but I'm growing into an old white man. I'm recognizing this. Okay, that's also good to recognize it. And I see the young generation pushing. And he said, you as young people, you can transcend all the current problems. You can transcend the problems. That means you have to understand them, you have to feel them, you have to sense them, and you have to foster your inner capacities and your outer capabilities. And that's what we are trying to do here. And I think conferences like this are fueling these capacities. Growing inside, acting outside. So when we talk about climate action, we heard at the beginning with Irina Bokova, Director General from UNESCO. She said, okay, there is a lack of action because we have a gap in information, knowledge, and skills. I think that's true. That's why we gather on the one hand side. That's like to give ourselves wings, we need more information, knowledge, and also skills. But we not only have a lack of wings, but also of roots. To regenerate our roots means to come together and to understand that we are part of nature. We are part of this universe. Yes, that's something you can only feel. You cannot understand it with your head, probably. You can rather better understand it with your heart. And we come back to compassion with your intuition. And that's what I wish us all, for the sake of our species, to raise our wings and to deepen our roots. All the best for this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah. I'll give you the mic. Yes. Well, not an easy task to be the very last speaker, but there is no one better than Cornelius Obonia to actually kick us off into, hopefully, an inspirational lunchtime altogether. Dear Cornelius, before I give you the floor, I want to wrap up a big thanks to the technical team, to the Ban Ki-moon Center staff, to the SGS staff, and to everyone who made this conference possible. Please give them a warm hand for their amazing work. Woo! Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Dear Cornelius, It is now our privilege. I will not go back on stage, which means that I also have to tell the speakers, please meet us for a photography afterwards on the terrace, because we will do that before lunchtime, but then we will enjoy and join lunch as well. Dear Cornelius, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much for having me. First, let me express my gratitude that I may address you here at this closing ceremony. Esteemed members of this panel, my dear fellow human beings, these last hours have been so full of discussion and talk, and of course we heard this remark more often today, and full of issues to talk about and things to think about, that it is hard to gather where to begin and where to end. We have had so much good argumentation, so much fine reasoning about why and how to implement environmental thinking into education, and therefore into society itself. It became clear, and even clearer, that young people, either pupils or students, or even more so those who are economically unfortunate, are to be educated constantly and thoroughly about the world around them, their own being in this world and on this planet. It's the only one we have. The proverbial planet B is simply non-existent and will not emerge out of the deep spatial black in the foreseeable future. So future has to be created by us, the elder men and women, and the young alike. We elder men and elder women have done much to lead this world out of its way, away from its well-built entirety of a naturally created system or structure. May we call it nature or God or creation or whatever one may call it. We failed in keeping it running, in keeping it on the waves of a, may I say, natural flow. It's the young who experience this the hardest way imaginable. Through watching Earth and society breaking apart and sometimes breaking down altogether. The pandemic, and it will not be the last, and newly emerging extremisms on all sides and in all forms are reliable indicators for them. Now, we elder men and elder women are called upon to stop and reverse things. I think it is clear to us all that human society and their life on this planet can only function well if science and politics and culture and economy work hand in hand. Pure reason on all sides would be a thing to wish for most deeply. That being said, I would strongly recommend that we all take a tougher step on this path. Let me give you a small example. I'm an artist, so my natural field is culture. And believe me, there are trillions and millions of ways talking about culture, about their impact on society and so on. And in our rich and so-called developed societies, we're used to having relaxed debates about arts and pictures and theater and opera and whatever. So, yesterday, in preparation for these 2 precious days, I read an article about culture and environment, written by leading professors and students of a school for music and arts. And I read about how to compose music which would make environmental problems being felt more intensively in audiences, and about how artists could be artistically relevant for the fight against climate change. Well, they could be relevant if they finally would be starting the debate of how to reduce their ecological footprint on this planet. Virtually every orchestra, every conductor, every film producer, every performing artist, every gallery owner is still flying around on this planet as if there'd been no tomorrow, myself included, from time to time. Try to avoid it. It's hard enough, but it works. It can be done. Working in both fields, as an actor in film and television and directing opera together with my beloved wife, Carolyn, I know that these discussions about being artistically helpful for the environment are purely artificial in the worst sense of the word. Art is expensive, always. But Mother Earth is paying more right now than just the price for a ticket to a piano concert. There will have to be new ways of thinking, how to preserve our way of consuming arts and culture without destroying the very theater we are sitting in. And I gather that forums like these can be a great help here. It's not the talking, it's the doing that's relevant. So I say artists should be used more to make people feel that's all right. So please use us that way. Teachers, universities, ask us to do something for it, because the feeling, getting people to feel about all these things is much more important than pure facts. Facts are important, but it is the feeling that it's being lost to the people and for the people and by the people. And hopefully, by that way, artists will learn more from the real world. So the SDGs, although arts and culture, to my surprise, are not being mentioned directly, are more than important in implementing a totally new thinking of both artists and audiences, and of course, for everyone inhabiting this world. So if I would have a wish list, I would say, shift the partnerships, which is now number 17, to number 18, and put in number 17, arts and culture for all peoples of the world. And then, well, color open. That may be invented by people who know much more about colors than I do. If we are not able to find these new ways, these harder, straighter ways of discussing things in all fields possible, there will be no way whatsoever to get things going in our rich countries, and hence there will be no way of taking others, namely the not-so-rich countries and societies, with us on the path of healing this planet and to give the young a livable future. We, our rich societies, we have to be the leaders. I heard so many arguments of, if we, the rich countries, do a little thing for environment, that will not help the planet. It will, because we have the money and we have the ability, we have the knowledge to lead these things. And I think that's what we should do much more strongly. These outlooks into the future on all fields of this most pressing global issue are not really comforting, are they? But from these panels, from these tables and chairs, there's something very important streaming about, and that's hope. There will be, there must be, there simply is hope. Hope that there are ways to be found. And I want to stream back some of it to you, distinguished members of this forum. And being an actor, I can't avoid doing this by a poem that I found. It's actually a text for a song on my personal way of becoming a sustainability advocate, a title bestowed upon me by Ban Ki-moon Center CEO Monica Fröhler and her team, of which I'm quite proud of. So, it's by Monolink, and it's called Burning Sun. I dreamt I had a dream out in the desert, lying naked underneath the liquid sky. I had no past, as time was moving backwards, just the burning sun reflected in my eye. I crawled onto an island made of plastic, where every life's condemned to be undone. Take me back to where it all once started. Take it all back, home, to the yellow burning sun. And then I dreamt I fell in love with every heartbeat. I got up on my knees and learned to run. I saw things born and I saw things being dying in the haze of the yellow burning sun. Thank you so much.